Okay, a very good morning to each one of you. I trust that you all are well, and thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning. It's 9 a.m. exactly. My name is Denzel Chetty, and I'm delighted to welcome each one of you to our digital training workshop on basic skills in Microsoft 365. It's actually week three. So we've completed two sessions already, and we are towards the end, the final week three of our training sessions. Now, these sessions are designed to equip you with the knowledge and skills necessary to thrive in today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, as well as ensure that you are equipped as an online learner for UNISA's ODEL environment. Over the past two Saturdays, we've engaged in hands-on exercises, gained critical knowledge of the MS365 tool, and we've explored some innovations as well, some elements that can make our life easier in the higher education space. We have carefully crafted this curriculum to ensure that you leave with practical knowledge, not just theory, and that you can immediately apply this to your studies as a student, as well as in your working environment. Now, we understand that in-person training may not be feasible for everyone, and this is why we opted for this particular virtual training sessions, which has proven to be a very flexible and accessible model for many people, especially those that are working. Now, despite the virtual format that we are using, we aim to create an engaging and interactive learning experience that will foster connections and hopefully inspire you to innovate your studies as well. Now, you will find on your screen, you will have the chat tool available for you to interact with us. You will note that the microphones are mute, the cameras are switched off, and this is to ensure that we don't have any disruptions and we have a smooth running session. But we encourage you to use the chat tool. Now, I see that some of you are already using the chat tool. So let me right at the outset say, if you cannot see the screen or if you cannot hear, it is probably a connectivity issue, which is a common problem with Teams when we have connectivity issues on your side. So what I encourage you to do is quickly log off and log back in, and you should be fine to go. Now, thank you for joining us today in this journey. We hope that this will be an important learning part for you as you grow with the digital skills that are needed. And we also look forward to this rewarding workshop today, the last day, as I mentioned. So we hope to have some good interactions with you as well. For those of you that have missed the first two sessions, please don't worry too much. My colleague Richard Wright and David Appestad will help you to close that gap by pointing you to the recordings and where the main content is held. Now, with that said, let me also warm welcome to my colleagues from Edove, Ms. Sophie Mombasa, who is our sign language interpreter, and she's done excellently, and we thank her for her services, especially the sacrifice on a Saturday morning. My colleague David Alpersad, one of our facilitators, Richard Wright, one of our facilitators, two common voices that you hear throughout. Thank you, colleagues, for joining us as well and for making the sacrifice for the Saturday. And then we have Dr. Mapalela, known to many of us as Dr. S. Thanks, Dr. S, for joining us as well. And none the least, but our friendly face, Pinchas Nguna, as well from the Oxford unit and a member of ADO. Thank you, colleagues, for making this early trip on a Saturday morning. And I know that it's raining in Pretoria, with an exception of David and Richard, who are not in Pretoria. The rest are in Pretoria, and it's a rainy morning that we are getting together. So thank you very much, colleagues. And with that said, we have a packed program for you today. So we will start off with getting started. For those of you that are joining us in the first time, Richard will walk us through where do you access the course material, how do you access Microsoft 365 account, and how you access the Microsoft Learning Platform. And remember, these are the essential spaces that you need to engage with as the student. Once we finish that, Richard, if you can move up, we will then move on to PowerPoint. You remember last week that for those that were here, we didn't complete the section on PowerPoint. So we're going to complete the section on PowerPoint. And I know that there was great excitement of PowerPoint and what you can do with it and how it can be used even in your own studies as well, and even in your personal spaces. So we will cover that this morning. And then we will talk about Edge. We'll talk a little bit about Edge, and then we will do a little activity, some student feedback. We'll take a short coffee break so you can keep your coffee ready to go for 10 minutes. During that time, we'll break. We'll come back and we'll talk a little bit about Teams. And I think this is one of the most common channels used in the university to broadcast, to train, for interact with students. So this is one of the most important platforms for interacting with us in terms of training, but also with your academics as well. And then we will do a body break for 5 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll discuss Sway. Now, many people don't know what Sway is, so stick around, and towards the end of it, we will discuss Sway. With that said, let me welcome, once again, welcome each one of you. For those that have just joined us, welcome. And let me officially hand over to my colleague, Richard Wright. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Dingle. So good morning, everyone. So just please use the tools that's available in Teams, the thumbs up, the emojis, if we get to sections. And as Denzel mentioned, make use of the chat. So the chat window is, to open it up, is this little icon here at the top. Let me just quickly put on the laser pointer here. So this one, fortunately, we won't be able to get to raise hands as we've got a lot of things to cover, but please make use of the chat for any questions, as we have a team in the chat to support you as well. And then, as you know, your videos and microphones are switched off, so it's not that it's an error, it's switched off from our side, because we want to encourage you to make use of the chat for any questions. So just some ground rules, post the questions in the chat. If you can help out fellow students, please do so. We've got a lot of students online. So if you see there's a question that you can answer, please support the other students as well. I'll just quickly switch on my camera. So morning, everyone. So from a very rainy Cape Town. So my name is Richard Wright. So I'm from the ADOVH, and I'll be one of the facilitators today. So I'll just quickly ask David as well to introduce himself.
All right. Ooh, wow. Good morning, students. That doesn't help if my curtain. There we go. Maybe then now you can see me. Well, slightly. Yes, I'm in Polokwane. It's nice and cloudy. Well, looks like some blue sky popping up. So hopefully we'll get some rain. So guys, please send it to us. We need the rain this side. Right. Looking forward to the session, colleagues.
Thank you, David. So today we're also going to have free questions that we have to fill complete in the Microsoft form. And if you participate, if you're one of the first 10 to answer in the form, you will also get a prize that will be couriered to you. So please look out for these questions when we ask them. Just answer it in the form link that will be posted in the chat. And if you're one of the first 10 to answer, you will get a prize. So I think let's start off with the first question. So I'm going to post this into the chat, the link where you need to answer this question. Let me just get the link here. So get to the chat. So in the chat, I'm going to post the link now. Just open up the form that's linked in the chat and answer this question. What do you aim to learn today? So I'll just give you 2 minutes just to quickly answer that question in the chat. So you just click on the link, on the forms link, and it will open up in your browser the form, and you just complete the form. But most importantly, just answer the question 1, what do you aim to learn today? Okay, great. So let's continue. So as you might know, this is session 3 that we're going to be doing today. So previously we looked at the basics of digital literacy. We introduced you to Office 365. We did OneDrive, where you had to upload create a file and then also a folder. We had a look at OneNote, how you can use that in your studies as like a binder where you can keep all the information regarding your research and assignments. In session 2, we introduced you to this digital citizenship. We had a flip activity. We will have another flip activity today, just a very short one. We looked at online communication, especially using Outlook email, how to effectively use your Outlook My Life email address. And then we started with productivity tools and with Microsoft Word, where you created an assignment template. Then we also, we didn't get to PowerPoint in the last session, but we will be covering that this morning. So after we do this morning Microsoft PowerPoint, we will have a look at the Edge browser, some of the additional tools there to help you really in accessibility and also to help you with your studies. And then we're going to have a look at teams, creating teams, joining a team, creating team channels, and then also how to set up meetings. So this is especially important if you're going to do, for instance, group work later on. Then Teams is a good platform to centralize all your content. And then finally, we can have a look at Sway, how you can actually create a portfolio or presentation with Sway and easily share that with the public with a link that anybody can access your Sway online. So getting started, just remember, if you are a UNISA student, you will use your MyLife email address to log in. If you have not done this before, you have to first claim your MyUNISA password. So remember, you can go to unisa.ac.za, click on MyUNISA, and you have to click on this Claim UNISA Login. So if you have not done this before, you have to do it as quickly as possible, because once you claim your MyUNISA password, you will get your MyLife email address, and the password will be the same for that, and it will be your Microsoft 365 account. Now, how to access Microsoft 365? So there is various ways. You can actually click on this MyLife email account button over here, or you can go to office.com, but we will post the links in the chat as well. So remember, you can go just to office.com, sign in, and you sign in with your MyLife email account. So that will be your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za and your MyUNISA password. So I'll just quickly post the links in the chat again. So these are the two very important links that I'm going to be posting. So the first one will take you to the sign in for your Office account, and the second one will take you to the resources page. So this is another link, very important. The link is in the chat. Open up this one as well if you're going to follow along, and you need to sign in here with your MyLife email account as well. But we will show you the steps now. So just if you've got a phone, you can scan the QR code, or you can click on the link in the chat, and then we can get started from there. Okay, so what you ideally should have, you should have two tabs. The one should be your Microsoft 365 account that you've got open, and you're on the home page. And the second one will be this basic skills in Microsoft 365 for digital learners. So as you access the page for the first time, it will tell you you have to log in to access the content. So all you need to do is you click on the continue button. You say, yeah, are you registered UNISA student or staff member? If you're a student, you select yes. If you're not a UNISA student, you select no, and then you can create a new account. But you as a UNISA student, you can click on yes. And then you click here, use my UNISA email account. And then you log in with your MyLife email address. So you should be able then to access the page on here. So this is the landing page for the course. I see there's a comment, too many links now. There's just the two links. I'll just quickly post them. So these are the two that you need to open. So ideally, you should have, if you're going to follow along in your browser window, you should have two tabs. So the one will be the course content, and the other one will be where you logged into your Microsoft 365 account. So as you can see on this course page, it's actually broken up into days. For those of you that don't have perhaps missed the previous sessions, you will go on the Saturday session recordings. So here we've got the recordings for the previous sessions. So if you want to catch up, and we also indicate the activities underneath what we are done in these sessions. So remember, today you can also follow along by just watching perhaps, and then afterwards go and complete the activities. If you've got a good connection, you can follow along with the activities as well as we go. Or you can even, if you get logged out, say load shedding, you can always come back afterwards, watch the recording, and then complete the activities at your own space and time as well. So just note that there is 3 ways to actually do this. So if you lose connectivity, the recordings are there, and you can come and finish the activities. So remember, if you finish these activities, you get Microsoft badges. And if you complete all the activities before the 2nd of April, that is next week Sunday, or on next week Sunday, then you will also get a Microsoft certificate of attendance from unisa. So something that you can use for your CV and job applications. And Microsoft badges, you can actually link to your LinkedIn profile. So it will show then to others the skills that you have gained in Microsoft 365. So as you know, these sessions are done usually during the week. So it runs from Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 1 o'clock. So that's why they're broken up into days. So it's day 1, 2 to 5. So we are doing now the Saturday sessions. There's a bit of a faster pace. But if you prefer a slower pace of doing this, please join the week sessions. We will post a link on here to join from Monday, the last week that the sessions will be conducted for this quarter. So please note, if the pace is a bit too quick and you perhaps want to do a slower paced version, you can join during the week from 8 to 1. But we also post the recordings from the week sessions under the recordings page. So just make sure you've got access to this recording section and that you've got access to this platform. Now, the last one that we just want you to also have a look at is a Microsoft Learn profile. So the steps is on here, how to create a Microsoft Learn profile. So I'm going to pop the link in the chat as well for Microsoft Learn. So you won't, if you're going to be doing the activities that's on here, some of them you will have to perhaps refer to content that's on Microsoft Learn, but everything is linked. So just note, on Microsoft Learn, you also sign in with your Microsoft 365 account. So you just sign in with your MyLife account. And then once you click on the achievements to claim your badges, so I just want to show you in case for those that haven't done it before as well. So remember, after each activity, for instance, OneDrive or OneNote, there's a OneNote achievement code that you can claim. So all you do is, once you completed this activity, this page will get unlocked. So as you can see, you have to first do that specific activity. And then all you do is you click on this, redeem your achievement. And then this will actually activate your code for you to get your badge. So you just click on that link. It will open up. You will click on redeem. And then under module courses and resources, it will show all the badges that you have achieved already. And as you can see, you can share them, print them, all of that to show people that you have completed these badges. So once we do the activities today, we will also show again the achievement codes that you can unlock for that specific activity. Okay, so just a quick, just to go over again how you log in. So remember, once you get to the course page, you need to click on login at the top. You select yes if you're a registered UNISA student. You click on use my UNISA email account, the button. You sign in with your MyLife email account. So it's your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za. Click on next. You type in your MyUnisa password. So remember, your MyUnisa password and MyLife email address password is always the same. So if you change the one, it will change the other one as well. And then you should be logged in. And at the top right, you should see your initials on the page. And then just lastly, if you have not done so before, I'm going to put in the link in the chat as well. This is just a forum to rate your skills. So this will just give us a good indication, what is your current skills, perhaps areas that we can focus on in the future, tools that you want to learn. So in the future, we can set up the course related to you. So you don't need to do it right now. The link is on the chat and it's also on the course page. Let me just quickly show you here. So if you go here, pre-course assessment survey, this will be the same form that's on there. So please complete this before you start with the activities on this page. So you just scroll down to pre-course assessment survey and complete the activities on there. Okay, so that is me for the introduction. So I think let's get hands-on. So the first one that we're going to be looking at is PowerPoint, how to create a PowerPoint presentation online. So for that, I'm going to hand over to David to get started. Thanks, David.
All right, thanks, Richard. And once more, good morning, students. All right, let's get straight into it. We've got quite a lot to cover today, so we're not going to waste any time, believe you me. All right, so a couple of things, just to remind you, if you might have just joined now, there are two links that you're going to need to use this morning. And the first one is the adov.unisa.ac.za, which is going to bring us here. And the second one is for the portal Office 365 login. So I'm just going to quickly log in so I can show you guys. For Adov site, once you come here, it should look something like this. Just remember you need to log in. You need to say yes, in this case, if you're a student, UNISA student, and then I'm going to click on the middle button. So pretty much this is what you're going to do every single time. In your case, you will type in your MyLife email address and your MyUNISA password. Okay, so then I go to my courses because I've already joined it, and there she is. Now, guys, I know a lot of students are going to say we're too fast or there's too much information. Just remember, very, very important. Everything that we're doing and showing you the recordings is all sitting over here. All right, so on the left-hand side, you'll see the menu, you'll see the recordings, you'll see day 1, day 2, and all sorts of things. So we've got, for example, the productivity tools. I know it says day 3, but we're a little bit different on a Saturday. So if you work through this material, okay, it's going to go through all the things that we've covered. So I'm just want to quickly show you, for example, there's Word, there's PowerPoint, what we're doing today, Excel, Outlook, and all the rest of them. So in your own time, when you've got time, go to PowerPoint and then go work through this content as well. This will give you more information apart from what we're showing you today. Okay, so that's the one thing. So also what we've done is, guys, there are the activities in here as well, where we give you a scenario and we give you the detailed steps. So don't panic if you only have one device and you're trying to follow us and it's quite difficult. It is difficult, and I'll take my hats off to you guys to do this. But if you can maybe just watch us for now, if you've only got one device, see how we do it. And then when you've got time, go and do it yourself, because remember, everything is sitting in here. So you won't have to feel like you're missing anything or you're losing out at all. It's all sitting right over here. Then the other link that we're going to use is your office.com, Microsoft 365. So when you come to the page, you're going to click on sign in. It's going to hopefully remember me. Okay, because with me, I'm a staff member. It's really picking up that, yes, David, I'm on this domain. But for you guys, you will use your MyLife login details, and then it's going to bring you here. Okay, so that's just remember, those are the two things we're going to work from. So let's go straight into, funny enough, PowerPoint, exactly the program I'm using to show you just a little bit of the basics. It's also done in PowerPoint. So I'm going to show you how to use this application today. Okay, so, the first thing I've forgotten to do is with my share, I must include sound. So give me 2 seconds. I just need to reshare because I do recall there is a video that I need to play for you guys. Okay, there we go. So with Teams, you need to make sure you enable the sound. Otherwise, you're not going to get any sound coming through. Okay, so PowerPoint, guys, as I said, what do you guys want to learn about PowerPoint? What are you going to use your presentation skills for? Well, I hope you're going to post it in the chat, so let us know. So what do you use PowerPoint for, or what you're going to do with this skill that you're learning today for presentations? If you're doing a module called EUP 1500, then I'm thinking you're very, very much interested in this module, what we're going to show you today, because it is something that you're going to need to use. So students, hopefully you guys, or should we say young professionals, you guys are going to need to learn the software. It's really fun software to use. And the cool thing is you're going to use it somewhere in your life. Okay, so it is part of Microsoft Office, and we are going to be showing you how to create and edit a PowerPoint, but we're going to be showing you through the portal.com avenue. So what is PowerPoint, guys? Well, it's exactly what I'm using right now to present to you. All right, so it's a presentation software. It runs through slides that you create. It's actually very quick to do, and it's quite fun. You can throw in animations and narrations and videos and everything, images, you name it, you can do it. And it's really fun, and you can present, all right? Because at some point you are going to need to present. So if you're studying your degree this year and you're finishing up and you're going to do honors next year, guess what? You're going to need to present something to people, so you can just as well learn PowerPoint. And in the work environment as well, with Teams and the way we've gone online, lots and lots of people are presenting and they use PowerPoint. So it's definitely a software that you must learn how to use. You can create your own from scratch, or you can use templates that are already created for you, and you can then simply just go and edit and touch it up and make it your own. Normally PowerPoint files have an extension of .ppt. That's sort of the older version. Nowadays it's pptx. So you'll see just here at the bottom what I'm referring to. So yes, so the X now is for your Office 365 version. So it's just good to know that you've got these different versions. Okay, so let's listen to see what Microsoft is saying about PowerPoint.
You have a story to tell. PowerPoint can help. Add your style. Choose from thousands of online templates and themes. Design like a professional in 2 easy steps. Just add an image and pick your favorite design. PowerPoint helps you tell your story visually with pictures, charts, animations, and videos. Need to collaborate? Save your presentation to OneDrive and share, so you can work on it together and see changes as they happen. And when you're out of the office, you can keep going with the PowerPoint mobile app. When you're ready to deliver, present with confidence. Presenter View shows your current slide, speaker notes, and your next slide, so you can stay focused and connect with your audience. Bring your story to life with PowerPoint. We'll show you how.
All right, thank you, Microsoft. So that pretty much summed it up. They're a very nice feature they were actually showing you guys called Present. It's definitely something, once you're comfortable with PowerPoint, it's something you should definitely go into and start fiddling around with and see how it works, because that's definitely something we can use, and it's actually quite easy to do. All right, so now we get to the activity part. So it's nice, short and sweet, just to say what PowerPoint is. So as I said, students, if you guys are only got a device, or you find it struggling to follow all the steps, just maybe watch for now, see how we do it, and then later on come back and do it yourselves. Just remember, if you joined us late, the activity is here, but a little bit up, you will find productivity tools, and that's where the content is, where it'll teach you more about PowerPoint on basically all the other apps as well. Okay, so with our activity, first things first, you got to go to office.com. So yes, that's the second link. So we go to office.com, we log in. You might land on Outlook. Now, as a student, mostly you guys would, by default, you'll end up on Outlook. So if that's the case, not a problem. Just click on the waffle. It looks like a little waffle over there. Click on it, or the app launcher, we normally call it. And then you can click on Microsoft 365, and then it will bring you back to this page here, the landing page dashboard. I'm just going to close the extra ones because we don't need them. Okay, so it's basically just these two that you're going to work with, the steps with the images, and then go and do it practically. Okay, so let's go for it, guys. Now you'll see PowerPoint is over here at the bottom, but I'm just going to click on the app launcher. I'm going to go to PowerPoint. And what you will see is it's going to open like this. Great, so now we've done the first step. Let's go back. I've logged in. I've used my MyLife in my password, so we've done that step already. We've gone to the app launcher. There it is. Great, we've done it. Now they say, okay, click on blank presentation. Great, so let's go back to PowerPoint. There is blank presentation. There are all these custom templates that they give for you as well. And as you work through it, you're going to see it's going to build up a history of all the other files that you use. Now, this is common with all the apps that you use. It will always have this sort of interface, okay? So then we go, you say blank presentation. That's what I want to do. Now you'll see another tab opens, okay? Take note of that. So here is where we were in PowerPoint, and now it's created a new PowerPoint for us automatically, okay? So that's important. Now you'll see the design tool popping up, but let me first explain why that is happening. Let's go back to PowerPoint. Right, then we're going to say, okay, great. Let's type in some text. So you'll see by default, there will be one slide that is going to open. So this is how it looks. And then you've got these little blocks. We call them placeholders. In other words, what PowerPoint is trying to do is trying to say, I'm going to help you create your slides. So over here, type in something for me. So we're going to do artificial intelligence. Let's make it more interesting in higher education. Brilliant. And now you see, I simply just type in, and then it says, great, it's done. Now look what happens on the designer side. It picks up what I'm typing, and it's now using AI to try and understand, okay, you're typing in these keywords. Let me see if I can find something within my little database that talks to what you're actually doing. So that's pretty cool. So now you can actually see AI happening. Okay, I'm going to say my name is Mr. AI Intelligence for this presentation. You'll see the wavy red line means we think you've got a spelling error. So if I right click on that little error, let's quickly correct it. Go to spelling. Notice I'm right clicking and I want Mr. as in MS. Okay, great. There we go. So just take note of that. Just like Microsoft Word, it will tell you. And I see I've also got Grammarly running. So I'm just going to try and squeeze it over there. Okay, great. So now I've got my slide. Fantastic. I've typed in some text. Let's go back to the steps. Now they say to us, okay, we've typed in our text. Now please go and select. Use your designer tool. It does pop up automatically, but if it doesn't, then we can simply open it ourselves. So that's quite fun. So let's go back to PowerPoint again. So
David, will you just reduce the speed a bit for the others to keep up? Thanks.
Oh, am I going too fast? Okay, let me slow down a lot more then. Okay, so just remember, guys, the steps are over here. Okay, so just to go back one step, we create a blank presentation. And then we type, okay, by default, it's going to give us a title slide. They call it a title slide. So it looks something like this, where it's got two little blocks. And then you can type in your title slide information. All right, so that's what I've done so far. I've typed it in. Your design tool will pop up automatically. So just take note. If it doesn't, guys, not a problem. You can just simply click on the designer button like I'm doing now to on off. The toggle button, and then you'll see it starts generating ideas. Okay, so very importantly, whatever you type in over here, it's going to start looking for something over here that matches up. Okay, so that does it automatically. It's part of the AI of PowerPoint. So there we go. So hopefully you guys are now with me. Sorry, I'm always going a bit fast. All right, so there we go. So artificial intelligence. Now I can scroll down and have a look. Wow, this one looks pretty cool. So I like this design. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it. And immediately it's going to update and format everything on this side in the middle. So just by clicking on it, it automatically then will update itself. And there we go. Artificial intelligence in higher education. I mean, just with a click of a button, all I really had to do is type in some text and click on a designer tool, and it does it all for me. I mean, look how professional this looks already. You see, guys, that's what I'm saying. This is a fun thing to do. PowerPoint is fun. Okay, great. And of course, if you want to change it to any of the others, you simply just go click on it, and then it will change. Just be careful when you've got sort of images like this one over here. I can see it's got like a little brain. Nice. That's sort of turning around. So that means it's a little bit more of a video, which definitely will make an impact in terms of bandwidth. Okay, so if you're using a internet connection that's maybe not that quick, then and you have to present, and take note, that needs to be sort of buffered through with your internet. So it could slow down your presentation. So always try to keep a little bit simple if you don't want to have any internet connectivity. If you've got a high-speed fiber connection, by all means, then you can go and put in the video. It's not a problem. So this also looks pretty cool. So artificial intelligence. Although I do like this one, funny enough. So I'm just going to click and go back to this one. So you can play around, guys. You can jump between, see how they look, get a feel for it. Great. So now we've got one slide in place. Nice. Now what do we do next? Let's go back to PowerPoint. Again, I'm going to choose step 6. This is where the design tool comes in. It pops up automatically. If it doesn't, just click on the little button here and it'll pop up again for you. Then let's go create a new slide. So we've got one slide. So by default, they give us one slide. But now I want to go select a new slide, and the type of slide is called a title and content slide. Okay, great. So now I need to find this new slide. So let's go back to PowerPoint. And then you'll see over here on your home ribbon, you'll see that there is an option saying new slide. So if I click down on this little arrow, it's going to give me all the different types of slides that are available for us. Now you'll notice there are different designs. Now remember, in the first one that we had was a title. It gave us 2 blocks or placeholders that we could use to help us. But you can also use a blank one, which means you're going to create it however you want to create it using all the other design tools that are available. But in our steps, we said that title and content is what we're looking for. So let's go do this one for now. And then I click on it and immediately it inserts. Again, you'll notice the designer tool starts to generate ideas, even though we haven't done anything. And of course, you'll notice the background, it's all blue. So it's taking the same format that you had from your very first slide as well. Okay, so that's important to note. Right, then what are we going to do here? Okay, so our next slide is we want to put in some text about the uses, okay, maybe like that, of AI in higher education. Okay, so you can just type it in. Great, so that's my title of this slide that I'm working in. And now I've got a little drop-down arrow here. So I'm going to type in some text. Whoops, not that text. Slight cheat over here, guys. I'm just going to put some text in for you. Okay, so I type it in. I'm going to have to just neaten it up a little bit. Okay, so I type in the text. By default, it will have a little bullet popping up. Okay. Yes, it also will indicate that personalized is incorrect spelled, because most likely my Teams or my portal.com, my office, is referring to American English and not British English. So yes, it's going to then change that. So you can do a quick Google search to see how to change that. Okay, so you type in your text, and every time I type in, it creates a new bullet list for me. Okay, new bullet in the list. Here you'll see the types of bullets. So let me say, okay, I select my text. Whenever it comes to formatting, you must select the text first. That's the first thing you do. So you select your text. Let's go change our bullet list. Let's make it look a little bit more AI. Let's use this one. And there we go. Now you'll see the bullet list has now changed. Okay, so you select your text. Then, for example, you can change it to a bullet list or a numbered list. It's up to you. Just remember, a numbered list means it's following step by step by step, where a bullet list is like a shopping list where you can buy whatever it is, whenever it is, wherever you find it in the aisle. So you can just tick it off. Okay, then I also want to make it slightly bigger. So I'm going to click on increase font size. Very importantly, you'll notice it says saved. Every single time I make the smallest little change, it saves for me automatically. Okay, so remember that. Okay, so now I've typed in my text. Great, I've made it a bullet list a little bit bigger, so that's good. All right, and now I can see my design over here. My design is trying to say to me, okay, I can make this even look nicer for you. So again, we can just have a quick scroll to see which ones they've got. I think this one looks pretty cool. Yeah, let's go for this one. And there we go. Okay, the bullets are gone now, but it's fine. It still captures the same idea that I had. So there we go, students. Now we've got 2 slides already, just like that. And it didn't even take us that long, to be honest. Okay, so let's go back to our steps. So we've added our title slide with the content. I put it in. So here's, for example, here's the example we've given. So they've got there and they've got some text in. So that's the example, not a problem. We can be a little bit more creative. We don't have to follow this thing exactly. Hey, you can be a little bit creative there. Now we're going to repeat the step that we did in step number 7. And this time we want to select 2 content slides. So it looks something like this. All right, so let's see. Let's go back. Go back to PowerPoint. Again, there's your style. Just make note, we are still on the home ribbon, so it's not a problem. So you click on the drop down again, and then you can see 2 content. There's a comparison, title only, picture. So there are some defaults that you could use. But in our case, we're going to use a 2 content. Great, so let's click on it. Again, now you'll notice the background is automatically, the basic formatting is already there. Now it says, okay, I'm not seeing anything yet, so I'm waiting for you. Once you add something, then I'm going to start designing ideas for you. So just take note of the designer. It sort of monitors you, keeps an eye on what you're doing, and then it throws out suggestions. Great, so what do they want us to do here? Now, the one thing you're going to notice is when you look at this, you'll see automatically what PowerPoint tries to do is to make your life easier. It says, I can help you insert a table. I can help you put smart art in. I can put Twitter feed in. I can put a video in. I can put an image in, 2 different types of images. Or I can search for an image for you as well. So it's sort of saying to you, in this space, you can put what you want, but we can also help you add it in. Okay, so that's also quite nice then. So first, let's go back to our steps. Now they say to us, 2 content. We've done that. Great. Now they say, okay, let's put in a title in the title part of it. Okay, and then in the lower section, we can check out these little guys that I showed you already. So we're going to click on the image one first. All right, so let's go see what we can find. So I'm going to go back to PowerPoint. Let's type in a title. What was the example did they give us on this one? I don't remember. Okay, so maybe let me just leave the title. Let's put in a picture first. Okay, so you need to click on it. Be careful if you click inside, because then you'll see the little guy disappears. So that's why you notice I click out. So I'm going to search for an image. Now you've got to give your internet a little bit of time, because now it's going to go onto the stock images for Microsoft. And then I'm going to type in, let me type what the theme is, which is basically artificial intelligence. And then it's going to generate all these stock images for you. Now, these all are part of the package, okay? It's all part of the library content under creative content. So you are most welcome to use these images in any way or shape or form. All right, so yeah, for example, this looks pretty cool. So I'm going to click on it. Now you'll notice there's a little tick that forms to indicate you've selected this image, because you can actually have more than one image that you can insert all at the same time. But just be careful of bandwidth, hey? So if you're on limited bandwidth, if you put too many, it might take a lot longer to download. Okay, so I like this image over here. Actually, this one here looks even cooler. So I'm going to select this one rather. So this one looks quite cool. Then I click on insert. Give it a few seconds. And there we go. Now look what happens. Your designer tool gets excited. It sees you've added something, and now it starts to throw ideas out at you again. Okay, so now I'm going to give it a title. Let's say something interesting. My modules at Unisa AI. All right. Now you're going to see, okay, David's added in this part. I've added in an image. Now I've gotten this lower placeholder. What can I do over here? Let's go back to our steps. Again, you go back to the add-off site. We've inserted a picture. And then there we go. So we're basically just giving you the steps. Let's take you through this. Okay, so we've added our own image. Great. And now we're going to add a table. So we've added an image in the one placeholder. And now on the right-hand side, we're going to add in an image as well. But this time we're going to select table. So once I click on table, it's going to say, okay, how many rows and columns do you want? So you kind of got to have an idea, but you can always change it. It's not a problem. So let's go back to PowerPoint. Okay, so we put in our title, we put in an image. Now I want to put in my little table over here. So I'm going to click on it. So how many columns do we need? I'm just going to say 4. How many rows do we need? I'm going to say, let's say 6. Whoop, not there. Number of rows, 6. You can also just use the up and down buttons over here. There's also a quick way to do it. So just take note, type it in, use this, either way, works perfectly. There is a limit of 35. You'll see it pops up there. Click on OK. And immediately there's the table. It's in. The title's on top and then the row information. Okay, so let's say this is part of our academic year. So I'm going to say, okay, great. Which year, which semester, which module am I going to do? And the impact of AI. So let's say, for example, this is what I need to do. Now you'll notice when you move your mouse, you'll see your little arrow, your little hand symbol changes, the mouse pointer. So when it changes into the 4 arrows pointing in all 4 directions, that means if I click and I drag and I let go of the mouse, I can move this around. Okay. You'll also notice the white circles also says if you move your mouse here, you can click, you can drag to extend it. All right, so it's a nice way of resizing. That's really what I'm doing. I'm moving it around, but then I'm also resizing it. Very important to notice, when you move it around, you see these red little arrows that pop up. Yeah, you can just see it. Sorry, I can't show you because if I let go, it's going to disappear. But you can see this red little dotted line. That's basically meaning I'm lining up this in the middle of this image. So it's trying to give you that dimension of getting the dimensions correct in making it look smooth and neat and tidy. Because if it looks like this, it doesn't look that neat and tidy. But if I move it around, it gets it in line with this one. Then it says from the middle to the middle, this is where we're at. It can also apply to the top. There you can just see now the top piece. It's the red little wavy line also appears. Okay, so this is the also thing that you will notice with PowerPoint. It always tries to line things up for you just to make it neater. Okay, so this one over here, the placeholder on top, okay, my title, it seems to be a little bit on the left side. So I want to have it a little bit more in the middle. So again, so you click inside of your placeholder, then still on your home tab, you can then go put it in the middle. So there we go. There's your alignment, exactly like Microsoft Word, the same tools. There they are. So now I can click on it. And now immediately you'll see the placeholder will adjust. Okay, so there we go. All right, so which year are we in? 2023. Now I'm just going to fill in some information. A copy and paste would have worked nicely. Which semester? So 1, 1, 1, let's say 2 and 2 for those 2 modules. So as I'm moving around, it's very easy to do. I'm just typing my text in. Okay, and I'm going to make up some modules because I don't know how many modules there are. Of course, we must have an ICT module, hey? For example, psychology. I don't know what the students are studying, but it seems like it's all over the show. Okay, impact of IT. Now for EUP, for those students who are doing this module, definitely there is an impact, so I'm going to say yes. For my ABC module, I'm going to say no. For MNG, I'm going to say no, there's no impact yet. For ICT, yes, and I'm going to say psychology, yes, because now those computers are thinking for us. Okay, so you create your table, and then you'll see it's automatically formatted already. If you click on table itself, you'll see it just over here. So where you got your home ribbon, you'll see when you're inside the table and you're selecting anything inside your table, you'll see there's always a little pop-up here that says there's more things you can change with this property. What do I mean? If I click on the image, then you'll see it says picture. And if I click on picture, it gives me properties that belong to this picture. Same with the table. So if I click inside the table, Now it's going to say you've selected a table. If you click on table, it'll actually give you a lot more options over here. So that's how this works. So these little things, we call them objects, and those objects have properties, things that you can change to make it look nice. Okay, so what can I change here? Just to show you guys, you've got all these different little templates that you can use. I'm going to just change it slightly, maybe make it look a bit darker. Yeah, that looks a bit better because now it sort of matches up with my image. And of course, your designer is very eager to jump in and do something for you. But now be careful. Can you see that sometimes the designer doesn't quite get the alignment correct? Like there, I can see the title is actually behind the table. So just be careful when you do use these. They're not 100% perfect. So they can actually make a little bit of a boo-boo that you just need to then correct yourself. Okay, so there we go. There we've added our second or third slide in this case. And you guys can continue with the same process as we're showing you to build up a whole bunch of slides depending on your topic as well. Right, let's go back now and see what's next. So we added our table. You need to put in the rows and columns. Did that. Enter your data. We did that as well. Now, as I showed you, every time I'm typing, something is happening. It's saving automatically for me. And that's one of the power of being online with Office Microsoft.com. Is every time I do something, it saves. Okay, so just have a look over here. I'm just going to add in one little thing there. And then you notice it says saving, saved. So it's very quick. You might not even notice it. Okay, so what happens if I want to change this? Because I don't want to have it called presentation 1. This is an assignment. I want to submit it. So I can click on presentation 1, and then it's going to say to me, okay, what name do you actually want to use? Then I say, okay, this is my EUP assignment, for example. I'm going to call it EUP assignment number 3. And then I can hit enter. Boom. So you simply just click on it, type in the new name, and hit enter, and you'll see the file name now has changed, just like that. And you'll see it's located under documents. So every time you need to find it, I'll show you where it is located before we're done. So there we go, guys. We've saved our presentation. Let's go back. The next thing is once you've created your presentation, you've saved your presentation, the next one that we need to be able to do is to actually use the presentation. Go to your slideshow and begin the presentation. Okay, so you've done all the hard work. You've created everything. All right, so let's go. You can go to slideshow. There's more than one way to do this, so it doesn't matter which way you go. It's up to you. You can even present in teams like what we're doing today. So you can say from beginning, from the current slide, which means it will be this one. So if I select this one and I say from current slide, then it's going to start at this one. So just take note where you're at. But mostly you want to start in the beginning. I don't need the designer anymore, so it's cool. I can actually just close him just to give me myself a little bit more space. Just remember, you can always put him back under the home ribbon. So from beginning, I can say, yes, let's do it from beginning. There we go. Give it a few seconds because now it's on the internet. And there we go. Now you'll notice there is a little thing that pops up here at the bottom showing you all the different options that you can do. In other words, moving between the slides. You can use your mouse, you can use your keyboard. So yes, just take note of those little guys, part of your exploring of PowerPoint. So I say next, and there's my presentation, and there it is. And I say next again, and there we go. So it moved through the slides as we've created them. So just like that, students, it's so easy to use PowerPoint. In a space of not even 30 minutes, we've created something, 3 slides, ready formatted. We can actually start presenting from here already. That's how quick and simple it is. It's a fun one. There's lots more you can learn. So please do work through the content like transitions and animations. I see I do have a few minutes, so let me just quickly put in something here. So a transition basically means when it moves from one slide to the next, what type of things can we add in to make it look interesting? So let's quickly have a look. And let's try this one. All right, and then let's say apply to all. This is just something fun to do. And let's quickly have a look. So now I'm going to go back to slideshow from the beginning. And let's see what happens. Of course, now it's really moved where it was, eh? Okay, let's try again. And there we go. So as it changes from one slide to the next, there's the little paper plane, it flies off, and then it goes like that. So those are the fun things with PowerPoint, students. I just wanted to show you something a little bit extra so that when you've got the time, work through the content and have a look at the animations, the transitions, because it really is fun. But just remember, don't make it too complicated because you are presenting. And yeah, try to keep it simple sometimes. Depends who you're presenting to as well. So let's go back to our activity. Okay, so there we go. There is a lot more information about PowerPoint for training. You'll see it just here at the bottom. So please do, once you've done this activity, engage the content and go see what else you can do with PowerPoint. I do see the students have been posting quite a lot, and I see some of the content as well. I've enjoyed this. This is great. And so, yes, we're very happy to see that you guys are finding this very interesting and easy to use. And that's exactly what PowerPoint is all about. But there's a lot more that you can learn, guys. So just students, if you might have joined us late, please just remember there are 2 sites that you need to work from, the add-off site, and then log into your portal.com and then jump between these 2 and follow the steps because we've given you all the detail over here. So it's not too tricky to follow through. All right, so that's pretty much PowerPoint in a nutshell. Just before we go, there's one more thing you guys can do. We're going to give you 180 seconds to reflect. So please post what you found or what you reflected upon and what you found interesting with PowerPoint. You can just use the chat. So I know normally I skip the 180 seconds. So just to correct myself, guys, I'm going to, as you can see, my clock is ticking down. So you've got the 3 minutes. Think about it, post it in the chat. And then we're going to move on to the next topic. Okay, just to make sure if people think maybe we've disappeared, we're still here. We just like to hear, based on what you've seen in PowerPoint, from the presentation, the video, and then from the practical demonstration, what did you find interesting? What do you feel that, hey, this is something I can definitely use, and you're going to use it at some way or another, guys. Almost every job, there are presentations, there's Teams meetings. You're going to need to be able to present, and PowerPoint's such an easy tool to use. Are there any chats coming through, Richard, from the students?
Yes, there's a few just asking to show the transitions and animations again.
Okay, no problem. So while we're counting down the time, let me quickly go back to my PowerPoint. Okay, so just remember, guys, transitions, it means when it moves from one slide to the next slide, and you'll actually see there's a little icon that pops up over here. So let's say, for example, you can go to your slide, you click on it, you go to transitions, and then let's see, checkerboard. All right, that's a nice one. Then very importantly, you need to say apply to all. Otherwise, it's just one slide that's transition. So you can actually do it individually. But in my case, I'm going to say apply to all. So it means all slides will have the same transition. Then once you're done, you can go back to your slideshow ribbon and then just say from beginning. And my beginning always seems to be at the end. Okay, let me just go back to the beginning. Thank you. There we go. All right, so there we go. Artificial intelligence. Now I hit next. And there we go. So now you can see the transition is happening. Okay, so there's lots of different transitions, so you might need to go play around with them, but check them out. Animations is a little bit more intensive because there's a lot more things you can do. That one you're going to have to explore, guys. It's quite a lot of steps to do. Not that many, but yeah, it's something a little bit beyond what we need to do this morning. But yeah, to have a look at it, it's actually quite fun. So let's see how many seconds we've got left. Okay, Richard, so that's pretty much it on my side. So I'm going to hand back to you, and then we'll go to Daniel, Denzel, and then we're going to continue with the next product. So guys, please go do PowerPoint. I'd like to see what you guys have done.
Thank you very, very much for that, David. Well done to that. I think I'm looking at the comments, and the AI features of design are really, really making the students excited about what the potential can be in terms of design. So I think that was an excellent session. And I know that, as you can see from the chat, I think many people are going to start exploring this immediately after, or some even while we are facilitating as well. Okay, so colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next section, and it's now my opportunity and to invite Richard Wright to walk us through the next section, the next exciting section on Edge. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Denzel. So guys, so in this session, we're going to have a look at the Edge, the internet browser. So if you're using a Windows PC, Windows 10, 11, you already should have the Edge browser installed on your device. If you're using, for instance, a Mac or a different PC, you will have to download Edge from the Microsoft Store to your device. But since most are using Windows PCs, it should be already installed, and this is what the icon looks like for Microsoft Edge. Now you think, oh, what can be interesting about a browser? You just use it to search. But we're actually going to look at more, the accessibility built-in tools that's into the browser. For instance, how you can use the immersive reader, the read out loud features, everything that can help you with your studies. And also for those of you that perhaps do maths, how to use the math solver that's built in to quickly get solutions to different math problems. So just in the chat, I just want you to answer, what is the one thing you wish a browser could do to help you do more? So just in the chat, what do you wish your browser could do? So a lot of you might be using Google Chrome or Firefox, a different type of browser. So we're not going to be looking at their features. We're going to look at the specific features for Edge. So I can really recommend Edge, as it uses less RAM than Google Chrome on the tests that they've run on Windows. And it is generally a bit faster as well. And in the end, it's actually built on the same platform as Google Chrome. So it does use the same technologies. So if you, for instance, use extensions on your browser, you can actually use the same extensions on the Edge browser as well, because they're using the same underlying technology. I see a lot of research, more research, but efficiently and quickly. Okay, AI generated suggestions. Oh, very interesting. Okay, we can perhaps look at the new built-in AI chat feature that's built into Edge. Okay, I'll just see there's one question for the next topic. After the Edge browser, it will be Microsoft Teams. And then after Microsoft Teams, we will end off with Sway. Okay, so I see the research without ads. So interestingly, 60% of your time is actually on your PC is spent in a browser. So a browser is really the way you connect to all the information in the world, basically in the world and at the university. So Edge is compatible with educational sites. So you might know, for instance, my unisa, the LMS, my modules, you can actually access through your browser. As I mentioned, it's built on the Chromium engine. So it's the same underlying technology that uses Google Chrome, but this is just the Windows version. It is the best performing browser currently for Windows 10 and 11. And it's got built-in learning and accessibility tools that we will have a look at. And it also has the highest rate of protection against phishing and malware attacks on Windows 10. So as it's built by Microsoft, they know the vulnerabilities that they have to protect. So they built everything into the browser. And as we mentioned, you can add extensions from the Microsoft Edge Store add-on site. And it's the same a lot like the Chrome Web Store, where you've got exactly the same type of apps as they do use the same technologies. So if you open up the Edge browser, you should see this window over here. So you've got the Bing search, for instance, in the middle, and you can have a summary as well of your files perhaps. So this is if you log into your portal.office.com, you should see something like this. Now, one feature that's really quite nice about Edge is the immersive reader. A lot of times, especially on my modules, you have got a lot of things to read online, and the text can perhaps get a little bit small, or maybe you're not in the mood to read it. Maybe you want it to be read back to you, or perhaps even in a different language. So this is where the immersive reader comes in. So it just displays the text a lot better, bigger. You can actually let it read it out loud for you as well. So it really just helps you to consume the information a lot quicker. So it does translate into over 60 languages. Currently, the South African languages that's supported is Afrikaans and Zulu. So if you one of those languages prefer that language, you can translate it into that specific language. So it's also got the decoding solutions for students with learning differences such as dyslexia, where you can display the text in different formats to make it better for you to understand. Now, what's also nice about it is the read out loud. I know a lot of times, sometimes our eyes get a little bit tired of reading all the content online. So maybe we just want somebody to read it back to us. So there is a read out loud feature with the immersive reader. And this works actually very well. It reads it not like just a computer. It actually sounds like a human reading the text. So we will have a look at the read out loud feature as well. Then another thing is, especially if you're doing research on a specific topic, you might get to a point where you've got so much information that you want, different sites. So you want to perhaps collect them in collections to easily know that this is, the topic I'm working on. And this is the where I can easily go and just go back to everything that I have researched. So you don't have to copy the links into a different program. You can actually create a collection, and everything that you learn about this topic, you can add to a specific collection. So I'm just quickly going to reshare just to make sure I've got my sound on, and I'll just show you the video. Okay, so let's just have a look at this video over here.
I'll be showing how to use the Collections feature in the new Microsoft Edge browser. And you can get this browser right now based on Chromium at microsoft.com/edge. Now I'm in Edge here, and I'm going to go over in the upper right, and there is this little plus button, which is Collections. And Collections are going to let me gather research and content from all across the web and organize it really easily. Now I don't have any collections here, and I'm going to say Start New Collection. And I'm going to give it a title. I'm going to be researching on this great tool I've heard about called the Immersive Reader. I've given my collection a title. Now, first off, you can really easily add pages to your collection. Now, I found this great page here. I'm going to click Add Current Page, and it's added right here as a little card. Now, there's another article that I found, How to Use Immersive Reader on the new Edge browser. I'm also going to add this page. But in addition to cards of pages, I can also add images. So in Bing here, let's say I've searched for the Immersive Reader. Oh, and here's a really interesting image. I'm going to drag this directly over, and it adds it as a card really easy. I can even drag little Bing links over. Here's an Immersive Reader for Azure. Oh, I can add an Azure with Immersive Reader. I drag that right over. I can also drag any text over. So I'm going to select text here, just drag and drop it. I can select text from any web page, and it can go right in my collection. I can reorder my cards. So if I want to drag this a little higher, and I want to drag this one down here, it's really easy to do. Maybe I also want to add a note. So I'm going to click the little note here and add a note about this. Be sure to check out Immersive Reader Research. Now I've got a collection here. I'm going to hit the back button. I could start a new collection, and maybe that's going to be something on the inclusive classroom. So it's very easy to create multiple collections. You can see I have a couple here. Now I'm going to show how to export content from collections to other apps. And under the ... you can see you can send it to a few places. I can export to Excel and to Word, but in this case, I'm going to say send to OneNote. This just came out very recently. Now I'll choose a notebook, my demo notebook, choose Quick Notes, and I'll hit Save. And you can see it saved all the cards right here into my OneNote, ready to go, a great research tool. Now it's also nice, if I go into here, I can hit the ... menu, and I can copy all of these. So let's say I do a copy of all these little cards. Now I'm in Outlook, I'll open a new message, I'll go to the body and I'll hit paste, and I can paste all those cards with just a single click, really easy. The other nice thing over on the ... menu is I can open all. So I'm going to go back to a state where I don't have any of these tabs open. Now I just have one tab open. Let's say I want to open all my research, go to the ... open all. And just like that, it opens all 4 tabs in a new Edge browser, ready to go. That's a quick tour of the Collections feature in the Microsoft Edge browser. If you found this video useful, give it a like. Now, if you want to keep up with all the latest quick tip videos that I'll keep releasing, subscribe to my channel and then just ring the bell so you get notified for all the...
David, I just want to check on your side. Were you able to see the video? David?
Richard, it was fine, Richard.
Oh, okay. So maybe I'll just reconnect if you were unable to see the video on your side. So that was just a quick introduction on collections, but we will have a look at how to do this as well within the browser. So as you can see, collections is really, if you're doing research on a topic, you can easily drag different texts, and it's easy to export to different programs, to Microsoft Word or OneNote that we covered as well. So really use this, especially I know sometimes you get a lot of links to so many different sources where you get information from, and you can really use a collection to store all of that into one collection so you can easily access that information again. Now, another tool is the web capture tool. So a lot of times you might get to a page, for instance, that you just want to take an image of that page. So the web capture tool makes it very easy to capture a certain part of a page into an image, and then you can also write on it, for instance, if you want to make any notes, and then you can always save that image to your computer or copy it into a different program. Or you can even see here at the top, you can add it to your collection as well. So you basically, let me just go back here quickly. Just bring the laser pointer. So you use the web capture, you capture a certain part. It can be the entire page or just a section of a page. And then you just click on add to collection, or you can save a copy of the file to your computer. So you might also know that you can actually use PDFs in Edge as well. So if you've got PDF documents, usually it opens up in Edge by default, unless you're using an additional PDF reader. And what's quite nice about it is you can actually draw on this as well and highlight, for instance, text and save it all back. So you do not need a dedicated PDF editor. You can actually use Microsoft Edge to work and edit on your PDF documents.
Sorry, Richard, you're not sharing at present.
It's displaying on my side, no, right? That's all. Yeah, I think, David, it might be the signal on your side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Great. Thank you.
Okay, let me just reshare. I think Teams is messing us about a bit today. Now, as we also mentioned, it's got the math solver. So this is quite nice if you're doing something in mathematics. It can do calculus, various mathematical problems that it can solve. And it can even be, it doesn't have to be, how can I say, typed out on the web browser. It can actually just be an image of the problem that needs to be solved. And you just take the math solver, it highlight the section that you want to solve, and then you click solve, and it will give you exactly how it solves the entire calculation. So as we mentioned, there's various extensions that you can add. So if you, for instance, want the ad blocker, I saw a few mention that you can go to extensions and install additional extensions to the web browser. One of the extensions, if you, for instance, in College of Accounting Sciences, or you have CSET, Science, Engineering, Technology, you will actually be using the Iris extension for your exams. So that's already a good example of a extension for Edge or Chrome. So just one thing to note, to add a profile. So you can actually log in to Edge with, say, your student account, your My Life email address, and then say you've got a personal one as well, and then log in with that one as well. So then when you study, you just go select your My Life email, and then everything you do gets saved onto that profile. So, and then it just makes it a lot easier if you go to, for instance, to a different device. Say you're using Edge on your mobile device, and you log in with the same profile, it will sync up all the the URLs, the pages you visited, the history, all of that, so you do not have to research for it again. It actually then syncs up your passwords as well, so it's very easy then to access different resources. So I would advise you to add the profile to sign in to Microsoft Edge, so that when you go to a different browser, you can just sign in again, a different device, and then everything will sync up. And especially, with devices that sometimes break and get stolen, is a good way to make sure you do not lose valuable information from your browser. Now, just one thing I want you to notice is 3 ellipses here at the top, the dots. So that means there's the additional settings menu. So a lot of the, for instance, extensions you will get from here, collections you can access from here, the web capture, and then also, very importantly, there's more tools. So if some of the tools that we're going to show is not showing at the top of your bar, you click on the 3 dots. If it's not showing here, you click on more tools, and you can see here already it lists the web capture, find on the page if you want to search something on the page, the read out loud. But under more tools, it's got the math solver and all of the additional features on there. And another thing is, say you visit a website, you can actually very easily, if you click on the search bar at the top, you can have this option to create a QR code. So if you, for instance, on a page, and now you just want to look at it on your mobile device, for instance, you just click on those 3 dots, it will make this QR code. You just scan it with your phone, and then you can continue with your phone on that page. So this is really helpful if you're using different devices and you want to move from one device to the other. But you can also download this picture and share with other people as well. So just a few tips. So you can create separate profiles to manage your school and personal accounts. So if you do not want to, especially if you also got a different work account, then create the different profiles for your work, your personal, and then also your school account. You can also sign into more than one Teams account, using the separate profiles if you're using Microsoft Teams in the browser. You can also, if you want to go directly to Immersive Reader for a specific URL, you can just type in read, then double dots and forward slashes, and then it will actually open it up into the Immersive Reader. You can use Immersive Reader on various platforms such as Wikipedia. You can use Bing to find the search results within your school. So this is quite a feature. I know Google is very popular. One thing about Bing, that if you sign in with your school account, it will actually search through everything that's at UNISA on our Microsoft 365 tenant. So you will perhaps get documents shared from various students or various academics, and you do this directly from the Bing search. You can auto-generate basic references, simple citations when creating content from different websites into a collection. So as we saw, you just add it to the collection, and then once you're ready with your collection, you can copy that into various platforms, and it will really give you the links to the specific areas. You can also, if you're migrating from a different browser, say Google Chrome, once you start Edge for the first time, you can easily import all the content from the, like the saved passwords, all of that into Microsoft Edge, so you don't have to re-enter anything. So yes, and you can also install a web page as an app. So that means it just makes it very easy to access that pages in the future. So if you've got a page that you visit quite a lot, you can just save it as an app and it will give you an icon to easily open it. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a look at some of these features and then we're going to do the activity as well. So before we get to the final question. So if you open up your Edge browsers, so at the top, you'll notice there is the, let me just open up the zoom a bit. So here is where your profile is. So you can, for instance, have a your personal profile, and you can always add your school profile as well. So I'll just sign into Sync Data, and I will use, for instance, my work account. And it will first time it will just ask you to set up how do you want to set up your preferences for your site. So now you can see I've got now two profiles on here. So now I've got my work one and I can easily switch to my personal one as well. So it's very easy if I want to use this one just for work, I can search it on here. And say I search for documents. So for instance, say Iris Invigilator or Iris app. You'll notice, it's a lot like the normal search. Everything is available on here. But one icon that you will have additionally is this one at the top, school. Because I'm now signed in with my UNISA account, or if you're signed in with your MyLife account, you will have this option to search specifically in your school for resources. So here you can see, for instance, implementation of the Iris app. So everything that's of this device specifically in our tenant. So here, my exams introduction for CAS, you can access the documents directly from within the school. So this is a good way to limit it. If you just want to search specific things on that's perhaps on the UNISA tenant of Microsoft 365, you can use that specific option just for the school. I'm just quickly going to switch back here to my other one. So one thing that we wanted to show was also the immersive reader. So I'm just going to use this Wikipedia page over here. So if I highlight, for instance, this text and I right click and I say open with open selection in immersive reader, it will see it's a lot bigger now, and I have actually all these tools as well. So for instance, reading preference, where I can select what is the size, perhaps translate it into a different language. So as I said, I can actually do, for instance, various languages. So for instance, say I want to translate this to Afrikaans, it will do it very easily from here. So if you prefer, bigger text, when you read, for instance, you can make this a little bit darker. You can even change the color scheme. So it's really there just to help you consume text online. So a lot of times the texts are quite small and you perhaps want the text to display a bit bigger or on a different background. It's very easy to change from here by just selecting the text preferences. If I just close this quickly. So you saw also when I went to this browser over here, that pro tip that we had, it was if you add this read in front of it, it will automatically do it. So if I copy this, or let me rather type it in. If I go back, for instance, to my browser, and here at the front of this URL, so this might even be, under my modules learning management system page, you can just type in read. We take my cursor away there, read, and then as they added the // and then it will also go automatically this page. So you know there's two different ways to access this. You can either type in read directly, or you can just select text on this page and then say right click, open selection in immersive reader. So there's the open selection in immersive reader. Now another one, say I'm not in the mood to read, for instance, this specific section, I can also highlight it, and then I can select read out loud. Okay, let me just quickly reshare here, because I think when I shared now, I didn't include sound. Let me just do this one. So if I go here again, say I select this text over here, I can zoom in, I can right click on this text, and I say read out loud selection.
The University of South Africa, UNISA, known colloquially as UNISA, is the largest university system in South Africa by enrollment. It attracts a third of all higher education students in South Africa. Through various colleges and affiliates.
And with the controls at the top, I can easily, how can I say, start and stop. I've also got voice preferences, you know, the speed. So you've got different voice options that you can select, for instance, for different countries. So let's see, for instance, South Africa. If I highlight this again and I select play.
The University of South Africa, UNISA, known colloquially as UNISA, is the largest university system in South Africa by enrollment. It attracts a third of all higher education students in South Africa. Through various colleges and affiliates, UNISA has over 400,000 students.
So as you can see, it's very easy to use, you know, if you've got a lot of, you know, documents to go through, perhaps you just want to lie back and listen to a specific topic, but you only have the text version, you can easily change that. So please make use of the immersive reader. You know, if you've got where you can translate the text to various languages as well, and where the characters becomes bigger, it makes it just a lot easier in your eyes when you do this immersive reader, if you consume a lot of documents to consume. And as we mentioned, you can actually from here as well start to read out loud.
University of South Africa.
Well on this one. Yeah, so let's go back. So the other thing that we looked at was the collections. So say I'm doing research on a specific topic. I can click on this collections over here. I can select, you know, a new collection. So it just gives you introductory the first time. Okay, can continue now. Okay, so I'm just going to say, for instance, this one is on UNISA. So I've got my topic. Now I can add the current page already. So if I go, for instance, to UNISA, say my UNISA, I can add it to this collection as well. Add current page. So now I've got my UNISA, and as I said, you can actually also drag and drop various items in here as well, such as your page, the text, to a specific collection. I just want to pin this quickly. So just to make it easier. So if I want to copy this one, for instance, I'll just add it to that collection. Just want to see why is it giving me all these problems now? Yeah. Search an email. Okay, I don't want to use Google. Okay, so this is essentially, you know, for instance, if I want to save, for instance, this page as well, I just add the page. And if I want to export it, I can send it to Excel, to Word, really show citations, for instance, in different styles, for instance, the APA. So it makes it a lot easier for your research if you use these citation options that you've got over here. So please make use of this, especially if you do research for your assignment. Call it perhaps your assignment 1. All the topics that you access, you just drag and drop it here. And then once you're ready, you can get the citations for the specific websites or articles that you have read. So one thing, as we mentioned, you can also open PDF documents. So this, you'll notice, is a local PDF document, and you can actually draw on here, for instance, on this document, perhaps highlights different areas. So your documents that you get from, say, my modules, you can highlight texts or books that you've got online. It's very easy to edit it on here and save it again for later on. So you do not need to have a specific document just for a PDF, dedicated PDF reader. You can actually use this online tools that's already built in with this PDF to edit the documents and highlight text as you go through your studies. So just one thing, as we showed earlier, is the importance of the 3 dots, this ellipsis here at the top. I'm just going to zoom in quickly. Oh, wait, let me just get to this one. So if we go, for instance, here on these dots over here, so a lot of these tools are available on here. So this is why this menu is very important. If it's not displaying here at the top, use this 3 ellipses, and you've got access to all of these various tools. So you'll notice, for instance, here in this block over here, you've got the web capture, the share options, find on page, the read out loud if it's available on that page. And then also you've got these additional tools, such as you can save the page, for instance. You can even cite this into the various different ways of referencing. But the next one we're going to have a look at is this Math Solver. So if Math Solver is not displaying here at the top of your browser, just note you have to go click on the 3 ellipses, go here, more tools, and then Math Solver. I'm just quickly going to backwards this one. So let's just go and find a image of algebra problems, for instance. So we can, for instance, select this one over here. Let's just open the image. So if I go here, for instance, to my Math Solver, I select Math Solver. So it asks me to select something on this page. So I'm just going to select this one over there. And we select Solve. So you'll see it types it out automatically, what it got in the picture. And then it will, the factor evaluation, work it out for you as well. So if we want to select a math problem, we can even do a more complicated one like this one over here. And we select solve. It puts the equation in there and it will evaluate it as well. So you can show solution by steps, exactly how it's done. So especially if you're doing mathematical courses or engineering, all of that, you can really use this Math Solver to assist you in learning how to solve various problems. And as you can see, this is an image. It's not that we need to have the text. The text, it actually derives it directly from the image that you have. So it can even be a PDF document where the problems are in. You just select the Math Solver and it will solve it for you automatically. Does it only work heavy maths? No, you can use it for very easy equations as well. So let's have a look at an easier one. I don't think I did saw one. Let's do this one. Math selection. So this is a very basic maths one. And we select solve. So it verifies as true because they are equal. So solution steps. So you can see it did it exactly like they did on this example, and it explains to you exactly how to do it. So yeah, so for various mathematical problems that you might have, you can use this math solver as well. Okay, so for the next activity, I'm going to post in the, so we've got all these edge tools. Before we do the activity, I think let's first do the activity and then we go do the question at the end. So the activity that we're going to be doing is on the site. So I'm going to just scroll here. It's under day 3. So we had a look now at the Edge browser. So remember, if you want to refresh on this content, the content is also available on the Edge browser. There's a presentation and then also the learning path. So if you open up this learning path, you can do it online on Microsoft Learn as well. But we are going to be focusing now on the activity because everything that we basically displayed is done in that learning path. And just remember, the recordings will also be made available. So if you fall behind, always come back to this afternoon. We will upload the recording for today as well. So if you scroll down, we're going to be doing this one, do research on a topic in Edge and Bing. I'm going to copy the URL into the chat. So if you want to open it directly from the chat. So this one, we're just going to do some research, just find the information on a topic. So for this activity, you'll be using Microsoft Edge to conduct a generic search and search for scholarly resources. After conducting the two searches, please reflect in discussion about a generic search and academic search is different from one another by comparing the top 3 results. Search for information regarding artificial intelligence. So how to conduct a generic search? So I've got Microsoft Edge open. So make sure you've got Microsoft Edge open for this one. So you can select it from your device. It should have an icon like this. So in the address bar at the top, we're just going to make sure we on bing.com. So that we can start from here. So I'm just going to pop the link into the chat as well. Can I download the videos for future reference? I see there's a question in the chat regarding the recordings. What I will do is on the recordings page, I will have the YouTube videos, but I will add a link there as well where you can download the videos if you prefer to download them to your device because they are quite long. So maybe you can get it from where you can download them and then watch them later. So please have a look at, should be by this afternoon. I will have the links on there. So I'll put it underneath the video that you can download the videos. Okay, so we've got Microsoft Bing over here. So we are just going to continue with our activity. So we've opened up Bing. We've got the Edge browser open. So now in the search bar, we're just going to search for the topic artificial intelligence. So I can even copy it from here. If I go to Bing, I'm just going to type in here artificial intelligence and just search for the specific topic. So as you might know, this gives you the first initial, how can I say, definitions, various sites. Remember the top view is usually ads related, so just make sure that it is, especially if you're using Google, that you are not using a ad resource, and always make sure that it's from a reputable resource, such as Britannica, for instance. We know is a encyclopedia, so we can actually know that this might be a reputable source. Now, as we saw, say I'm using my collections. If I go here, collections, I can add this current page, for instance, and you'll notice there at the bottom already gives me the citation as well. So I do not need to, do the citation. It gives me here. You can edit the details of this website of the citation. So here's the in-text citation. I can just copy it. I can do the full citation and also just copy that. Very easy to do citations when you use this resource. But always make sure it is from reputable websites such as, Britannica or reputable articles, maybe that you find online as well. So we can see we get a lot of results from all over the world when we just do a normal Bing search. So if we continue with our activity, well, if we scroll down, I see there is a question, maybe I'll quickly address it as well, about the antivirus or internet security applications. If you're using Windows, it's already got a built-in antivirus. It's called Defender. So it comes with Windows 10 and 11. Just make sure Defender is up to date. Defender is the built-in free antivirus, and it's very good. You do not need, it's not like the old days where you had to go buy antiviruses and all of that. It's very expensive. The built-in one is already sufficient. Just make sure that it stays up to date, and it's called Windows Defender. Okay, so the results that we opened up, opens up on the Bing search, and we noticed about them. It gives you various resources from various different sources. So it's our job to make sure that the sources are reputable, the resources that we are using. Now for the next one, I'm going to add the link in the chat. It is the UNISA library. So we're going to see what we can find if we go directly to the UNISA library. So I'm just going to click on this link over here. Okay, let me rather open it in a new window. So remember, links, if they open up, for instance, like this one on the same page, you can right click on it as well and just say open link in your tab. So you can easily get back to where you were. So I'm just going to copy in also again, but we're going to search. So we're in the library. So I'm going to select here, search all library resources. We're going to search for artificial intelligence. You select search. You will have to log in with your MyUnisa account. And you'll notice you get a lot of resources on here already built in, from the UNISA catalog. So, the difference between this search and the one that we did on Bing, this is within the university's catalog of the library. So this is where you can get various articles, books, all of that resources within the UNISA library. So if you're a UNISA student, you'll have access to the library. And you'll notice, for instance, if you search quite a lot online, you might get articles related to what you're searching for, but then you have to pay, for instance. A lot of that is already within the UNISA library. So you do not need to search outside. It actually gives you access to all those articles as well. So it's very helpful to know how to search within the UNISA library. So I'm just going to go back here. So we logged in with our student number and my UNISA password. And now we just want to select here. So we only want results that's peer reviewed and we've got the full text. So you'll notice a lot of them, if we go to our library, it will only give you, for instance, a abstract of the book. So it does give you, for instance, this one is full text is available at a certain place. But a lot of them you perhaps have to request from the library. So we want to now limit this to only things where we've got the full text and the PDF documents as well. So all I'm going to do is then now on here on the side, you see EBS co-eds. Let me just open up this one. So I want to say I only want full text and peer reviewed. Just select those two. Just quickly when I zoom out, I don't know why mine doesn't want to select these ones. Oh, it's still loading. Yeah. Okay, so we've got here full text and peer reviewed. So if you type it in just as we did, you should get this to be or not to be human, theorizing the role of human-like comprehension as your result. But you can use any of the other ones as well for your example. So if we look at this one, we can see we've got access to the PDF, or we can just, the full text as well for this document. So we know Edge can actually read PDFs, so we're just going to click on the PDF document. And as always, we can then add this to our collection over here. But as you can see here, we will have to do the citation itself as it doesn't pick it up from the document. But maybe if we open up this one. Let's wait for it to load. Yes, how to update your PC. If you take your PC to a computer store, usually they won't charge a lot and they can assist you probably in 10 minutes to upload your PC to Windows 10 or 11. A lot of if your PC is older, it won't be necessarily able to use Windows 11 yet, but in the future, we'll be able to upgrade to Windows 11. So just make sure of your device and you can upgrade to Windows 10 or 11. It's very advisable if you're still using an older one. So if we open up the document, so here we've got the PDF version of the document. And then also here we've got the online version. So I can copy here the site and I can add this current page to my collection as well. So if I need to get to this book in the future again, but I'm just going to show on the PDF version. If you open up this one, so this abstract is very long and looks long-winded. Then I can say I want the software rather to read it to me. I just right-click it and I say read out loud selection. Let's wait for it to process it quickly. Maybe if we just do a short one of this. Don't know why it's giving us a problem now. Okay, there we go.
To be or not to be. Human. Theorizing the role of human. Like competencies in conversational artificial intelligence. Agents. Shalini Chandra ASPJ. Abstract driven by the need to provide continuous, timely, and efficient customer service, firms are constantly experimenting with emerging technological solutions.
There we go. So you can see it's very easy to, if you want the program to read your PDF document back. But we can also from here, for instance, open up it in Open Selection and Immersive Reader. And then it's also very easier to read on here than, on the actual page where the text is very small. So just right click on it, say Open in Immersive Reader, and then we can change the font size. You can also let it read out loud from here. You can even translate it into a different language as well. So for instance, translate, and there's various languages. So some of the South African languages are coming soon. Microsoft promised us. Currently, it's only Afrikaans, and in certain instances also Zulu in Word. Okay, so that's basically the activity for Edge. Now, so for this activity that you need to do is in the discussion forum below, discuss the differences between the results from a general search on the internet versus results from an academic search on UNISA library. So you'll notice as we went through the searches, we got results from the World Wide Web, from all over the world when we did just the Bing search. While as when we did the one in the library, it's within the library catalog, so it's a narrower search, but it's only academic resources. Where the other one, we will have to make sure that we have to, the sources are trustworthy. So all you need to do for this activity, you just reply to it at the end, and you type in your response over here for this activity. So once you've done that, if you go then back to the main page, if we go back here and we scroll down again to where the activity is. So if you did this activity, you can then, this will unlock the page for Edge Achievement Code. And then you can click on this link to redeem your Edge Achievement Code. So there was one question earlier about, okay, I don't like the ads, for instance, that it provides you when you get results. And if you knew you might have this icon, it's still being released. It might not be with you already, but at the top left, there will be this icon, Discover, basically. So I'll just make this a bit bigger as well. There's this new icon at the top. It only was released last week, so it's very new. You can see it's still in preview, and you can select, for instance, what do you want, so you can have a conversation with this. So you can click on this button. I want a balanced reply. Let me just zoom out quickly. So you can ask it anything. So say your assignment is, let's have a look. Say you have to write an essay. Maybe somebody can give me an idea here about, say, a topic. So let's say, explain AI to me, for instance. So it's almost like a chat that you have with the online bot. So you can see it gives you, artificial is a branch of computer science that focuses on building and managing technology. It gives you the directions where you can get more information, perhaps additional questions, that you might ask it. So you see there's no ads on here. It's a very quick reply, and it gives you also the links on where you can learn more. So especially if you do not like searching and you get a lot of ads and it's perhaps sources that you don't trust, this is a new feature that's being released. It's a computer that works it out for you, and it can even do maths as well. So you can ask it about any topic really. It's very, very smart. It's part of this new ChatGTP tools that's being rolled out. We are currently actually going to be working on a small MOOC specifically on ChatGTP. So watch this space for the future. This is really going to change the world. These things are getting so smart now that we must really learn how to leverage all of this in our studies as well, and how to use it effectively in our studies and at our workplace. So unfortunately, this is a big topic that we won't be able to cover today, but please note these tools are being released, these AI generated tools. I mean, it's almost like a normal chat that you have on WhatsApp with this robot, and it will give you all the answers and the resources where it derives it from. So you can even ask it, for instance, citations, various things to help you with your studies. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the Edge. So I'm just going to post in the chat as well the question for this one. So please fill in the form. So remember, the first 10 to complete the form that's in the chat now will get a prize that will be couriered to you. So in the chat, you can click on the link, and then all you need to do on this one is, how do you see yourself using Microsoft Edge in your studies? I see there is a question here. How do I drag the links into my collections? Let me quickly open up this one over here. So the easiest way is to, so if you've got your collections open, just click here, add current page, and it will copy over the page if you're struggling to drag them in. Also, you can click it from the URL here as well. Let's see if I've still got my Bing search here. You can also drag in, for instance, images as well over here. Don't know why it's drag image here. Oh, there we go. So just give it a few tries. You can drag the URL from the top as well into here, or you can click add page. Hopefully that helps you with your collections. Doing my assignments and more research. Yes. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, so as you're still completing that form, so remember the first thing that will answer the form with the question, how you will be using Microsoft Edge in your studies. We will send you something, UNISA branded. So the next activity is just a reflection activity. So you can do this now or at the end. So we are going to have a 15-minute break now. So I'm going to paste the link to the activity on the chat as well. So for you that were here with us last week when we did the flip activity, it's more or less exactly the same. It's the activity right at the bottom. So this is just a reflection on how the training has impacted you. So as I mentioned, you can do it now or at the end of the session, or when you actually went through the resources as well. So all you need to do is visit this page. So the link is in the chat. So, or you can go, if you're on the LMS, you just scroll all the way to the bottom. It's the activity reflection. So as I mentioned, you can do this now or later. Now, all you need to do in this activity is to record a short video clip and reflect on your what you've learned in this training. So what you must do is open Flip. You can click on this link over here. Will you sign in with the Microsoft option? So just remember, if you need to sign into Flip, you select the Microsoft option.
Richard, are we giving away some goodies for those that do well with this activity?
Yes, so for this one as well, if you're the first 10 responses for this specific topic, we'll also get some prizes, the ones that do it today. So we're doing on the 25th. I see there's already one for today as well.
Perfect. Instead of us doing 25th, can we say those that, the first 10, can we say those that make the best use of it as you have taught them the skills?
Yes, definitely. So the ones that do the best video, we'll go through them and select the best ones. So please do some, think about your response, be creative about your response. So if you click on this link, I will copy the URL in the chat as well. So you can click directly on this link on the flip. And then, as we mentioned, on this one, you just record a short reflection. So you just briefly tell us how the training impacted you. So here's the question. And you just click on this record button over here to do a recording. You'll see me now in my dress. So I'm just started recording. You click on this little button over here to record. You'll notice you only have 3 minutes, so you can make it a bit shorter as well. And then once you're done, you just click on stop. And then you click on next. Over here to record. You'll notice you only have 3 minutes, so you can make it a bit shorter as well. And then once you're done, you just click on stop. Over here to record. Okay, let me just pause this. Notice you only have 3 minutes. So you can then, for instance, add music, edit it a bit. You can always, there's various tools as well. If you prefer hiding your identity, add a sticker, for instance, you can draw something on here. So around my head, for instance. So be creative with the tools that's available on here for Flip. We did do the Flip activity where we explained exactly how Flip works last week. But for this one, it's just a quick reflection activity before we go on our break. Record. So once you're done, you just also click next. And then you can post to topic. You post it to the topic. And then it will upload your video to that video. So keep it very short, just something how the training is going to impact you in your studies. There we go. The picture has been recorded. So the code, yes, thanks, David. If you want to join with the code is also in the chat. Okay, so while you do this, so we are going, please do this reflection activity while we go on our 15-minute break. So this is the opportune time to quickly go get something to eat, get some more coffee so that we're ready for the next section. So the next section is going to be a deep dive into Microsoft Teams. Where you're going to learn how to join a team, create a team, what is Teams used for, how to create meetings, set up the meeting options so that when you perhaps need to do a group activity, you can set it up correctly as well. So I would like to find out if all the sessions are the same. So yes, the sessions are actually built on top of each other. So you'll see on the recordings page, there's 3 sessions, session 1, 2, and 3. Each one covers different topics. So this is the last session, session 3 that we're having today, but all the recordings will be made available to you as well. So I'm just going to start the timer on my side for 15 minutes. And then we'll see you in 15 minutes time. If you're having problems with Flip loading in your browser, perhaps just refresh the page, or perhaps try a different browser as well, such as Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome. Okay, we will give some more time for the questions in the future, Botswana. But I'll show you quickly again. So all you need to do is you go here to Flip. You click on the link that we shared in the post. You just select record. Click on this record button here at the top, bottom, and it will give you a countdown. So it will record you for the duration. Once you're done, you click on the button again to stop, and then you click on next. So it will record you. And then once you're ready, you can, for instance, here add some music or do any editing. And then you just select next, and then you can post to topic. You just click this one, post to topic, and it will post to the topic. Yeah, I see we've already got our first one on here. Sorry to hear, Helena, about your network issues. Please have a look at the recordings, but still go complete the forms as well. Might still be lucky as well. Okay, so we'll see you in 12 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had something quickly to eat, or you finished the activity that we did previously. Remember, you can do that activity later as well. Once we reach the end of our training, we will share the links again at the end. I see there is a few that's saying they're having trouble accessing the site at the moment due to the network problems. So maybe try a bit later. You can do this afterwards as well. So for our next session, we're going to start off with Microsoft Teams. Let me just quickly load the presentation for that one. So this is quite a big one. I see we are running quite towards the end of our time, but we are going to push through today and finish all these activities, and the recordings will be made available to you as well. Okay, so many of you might be already familiar with Microsoft Teams. You use it quite a lot when you do these online sessions. So for instance, we're currently in a Microsoft Teams meeting as we are sitting here. But you might not be familiar that Teams actually has a lot more, collaborative working tools built into it. And you can also utilize these tools within your studies, especially if you have to collaborate with other students or with your academic one day when you do your thesis. So there is a lot of tools in here that is very useful for you as a student. So we are going to, also answer all your questions in the chat. So remember, any questions you have, just open up the chat window and then just answer the following question. Are you familiar with Microsoft Teams? If so, what kind of teams have you been a part of? If you have been part of a team. So just in the chat, just answer this question quickly. Are you familiar with Microsoft Teams? If so, what kind of teams have you been part of in the past? That is, if you have been part of a team in the past. So while we wait for you, there's also another question. If not, share situations you think Teams might be useful for you in the next school year. Oh, interview teams, I see. Oh, work meetings. I see there's a no. So perhaps share how you can think Teams might help you. Colleagues, teams, studies, work, interview, family even. Oh, great. So Microsoft Teams really, facilitates collaboration and communication between students and instructors, or it can be between students, as we see, also between work colleagues. It can also be between family. It can allow students and instructors to collaborate, converse, and share with each other. So you can work collaboratively on documents, you can meet inside the team, you can chat. So there's various ways that you can use Microsoft Teams. So let's just see a quick video on the classroom experience.
Over the course of the last 4 years, Omaha Public Schools has been in a transformation mode. We really tried to look at what should happen in the classroom today. Many times what you saw was a lack of use of technology within the classroom, and what we're doing right now is really purposeful.
Children that are in school now have never lived in an era where there's not been technology right at their fingertips. So it just makes sense to reach them at that level.
I love walking into those classrooms to see how kids engage with technology. We talk about the 4 C's a lot. So it's communication, collaboration, critical thinking skills, and creativity. Teams really does all of them. It's highly collaborative because I have conversations more in real time, more informal, and more consistent. I have the ability to bring in apps that I would use, like OneNote. Then whenever you add video into the mix, I have real-time face-to-face happening All those pieces together created an environment that you just don't see in anything today. Well, within teams, there's instant feedback back to that student and collaboration between students within an environment that's safe and effective for classroom learning. That learning process extends well beyond the confines of a school. Learning can happen just about anywhere.
It's just a better way of communicating, because if you're not going to see somebody, you can still communicate with them even though they're not there.
Being a teacher, you never have all the answers, so it is nice to be able to collaborate with other team members, whether it be down the hallway, in another part of the building, or in another state. Using Teams is just an easy way to get more ideas on how to reach the kids in the classroom.
Teachers get a digital hub for classrooms and professional learning all in one area. There's a lot of power that can come out of that. First and foremost, you have to have amazing teachers. Secondly, I think you have to have great leadership. And then thirdly, I think you need opportunities. Whenever students have the opportunity to connect the dots, that's when learning is purposeful, because that's going to drive them to be who they can be.
So as you can see, it's so easy that even kids can use it, but it's really a way that you can collaborate on different aspects. And I can tell you in the workplace these days, Microsoft Teams is really becoming the center of collaborative working. For instance, even us working at UNISA, about 50% of our time is actually spent on various teams and collaborating on various documents. So just some of the benefits of Teams, it's very easy to use. It's got a very easy to use interface. It's got a built-in file explorer. You can add additional personal spaces such as your OneDrive account to quickly access your files from within Teams. You've got built-in file editors, so you can perhaps create Microsoft Office documents. So you can collaborate on those documents in real time. We've actually had documents where people worked, almost 15 people working on the same document at the same time. It's a chat-first platform, so it's a lot like WhatsApp. We post messages, you can quickly chat on the one side and then continue working on the files at the same time. It's got video and voice meetings, so we're currently in one of these meetings at the moment. It is also very secure. All the data is encrypted and saved on the official UNISA domain. So it's on the UNISA tenant. If you signed in with your MyLife account, if you're using a personal account, it will be on your personal account where everything is saved, and it is very secure. Just always make sure you've got very strong password. And as you know, it's also got an app, so you can work, for instance, on your mobile phone and then switch over to your desktop PC, and everything will sync up continuously. I just got another video here, just to introduce Teams. I just want to get to the correct one.
Welcome to Microsoft Teams, a collaboration app to help your team stay organized and have conversations all in one place. Let's start with, what else? Teams. Here you can see the list of all the teams you're on. Teams are made up of channels. You can build them by topic, department, or just for fun. Channels are where the real work gets done, where you hold meetings, have team conversations, and share files. At the top of each channel, you'll find tabs. They're like links to your favorite files, apps, and services. When you share a file in a channel conversation, you and your team can edit it at the same time and share thoughts alongside it. To find all the files that have been shared in a channel, go to the Files tab. To see all files shared across Teams, select Files on the left. Want to talk privately with someone or a group? Click New Chat at the top and type the names. To make a call directly from a chat, click Video Call or audio call. In some cases, if your organization has it set up, you can call anyone from Teams using calls, even if they're not using Teams. In Calendar, you can see everything you've got lined up for the day or week, or schedule a meeting. This calendar syncs with your Outlook calendar. To get to an online Teams meeting, select Join. In a meeting, you can show content from your device or record your meeting. Go to Activity for a view that lets you catch up on all your unread messages, app mentions, replies, voicemails, and more. And use the command box to search for specific items or people, take quick actions, and launch apps. No matter where you are in Teams, the command box is right here for you. You can download the mobile app so you're in sync when you're on the go. Now bring in your colleagues and let the teamwork begin.
So yes, so as you can see, there's various areas of Teams, and meetings is only just one of them that you might be the most familiar with. But it's really where you create teams, channels, where you communicate with each other. It's got a calendar where you can schedule meetings, and it also syncs up with your Outlook. So Teams is essentially a chat-first platform. So you must really think of it almost like WhatsApp, where you've got the chats that's running on various groups, and then also that's now Teams in this context. And then also, you've got the general chat where you can catch up with any messages that you might have missed. Now, I want you to think of Teams, as you saw in the video as well, it's almost like a center. So Microsoft Teams essentially brings all these various tools that we have been exploring over the last 3 weeks together. So you can create tabs, for instance, to different files in various, for instance, like a Word document. You can bring in that OneNote that we created, add it as a tab. So it really brings all these things together, and you can create a central space for you to collaborate on. So remember, if you log into the browser, you can download Teams from there. So if you go to your portal.office.com, you select Teams, and if you click on the top of your profile, you will be able to download the desktop app. So you can use the desktop app. It usually has a little bit more features than the online version. So it is recommended for a better experience to have the desktop app installed, or the mobile app. If you want to use it on your mobile, you will have to download the mobile app. So here you can have a view of the Teams desktop app. As you'll notice on the left, for instance, it's got the icons, the different sections. Let me just quickly laser point it for you. So this is where you've got the various sections. Then it's got a list where this generally displays your teams. And then this is the Teams area. So we do have it here. So we've got the Teams desktop app sidebar. So for instance, you will click on activity to see any recent activity that happened, maybe something that you need to reply to. There's a general chat where you can contact anybody within the university and start a chat with. Then there's also the Teams section. That's where all the teams are listed. And then files, this is all your OneDrive files and any files that's shared with you. So all the files are at one place. There is also an assignments tool. Unisa currently does not use the assignments tool. So just note this assignments tool. You only use the assignments tool on my Unisa and my modules, not this assignments tool. This might be implemented in the future, but currently it's there, but it's not being used in the university. And then you can extend Teams even more. So you can, for instance, add a OneNote, a planner, the stream, where all the videos are saved. All of these you can add to your Teams as well. So just note, if you go to the settings, so if you click on your profile, we will have a look at it later as well. If you click on your settings, you can change the theme. So if you want, for instance, a high contrast or dark theme, depending on your preferences, you can also tick the boxes, if it should auto start when your computer starts, or, when should it close. And also very importantly, to set the language to English South Africa. So, but we will have a look at that once we do the activities. So the teams, there's also app team lists. So you will have a list of all your teams that you are part of. So you might not be part of a team already, but we will show you now how to join a team through the activity, and then you will see exactly how the teams are listed. And remember, teams can be private or public. Generally, the teams that's created are all private, and then they add members to the team, or you request access to the team, or you join a team through with a code, almost like we did now in the flip activity, where you use a code to join. You use the same way to join a team, but they can also add you to the team if it's, for instance, for a group. So then we've got various channels. So for instance, the default one is generally the general channel. So, but you can add additional channels onto that. Now you must think of a channel, you've got the team, and then you've got various channels within the team. So you might have one, say, for just the general discussion. The one might be on your research topic, and the other one might be on your class notes, for instance. So there is various channels, and each one's also got its own chat area, files, and various tabs that you can add. So this is just a quick introduction to channels.
Every team can be subdivided into channels. You can create channels however you like, by units, small groups, class periods, themes, or whatever makes sense for you. In this math department team, channels have been set up for professional communications. The channels include things like budgets, schedules, and meeting minutes. In this earth science class, the teacher has chosen to create channels that represent chapters or units within her earth science curriculum. Intro to Earth Science, Models of the Earth, Plate Tectonics, and Rocks and Minerals. To add a new channel, select the ellipses that is next to the team name. Then select Add Channel. Enter a channel name and add details for your new channel if you'd like. Then select Add and your new channel. Your new channel appears immediately in the list, and you can begin communicating and populating it with conversations, files, notes, apps, and more.
Richard, you're muted.
Sorry. Let me just go back here one. So there's also the files option on the left-hand side that you can access all your files. And it's not just your personal files, all the files shared with you that you've got access to. And you can actually also from Teams sync up the files with your computer, and we will have a look at that in the activity. Then as you can see, there's the tabs that you can add at the top. So you can add various types of apps to your team. So for instance, you can add a specific website. For instance, my Unisa, for instance, or you can add a Word document or even your OneNote that you perhaps do for your studies. So you can actually create a team by yourself and create it almost like your central learning space as well, where you've got access to all these various resources. So getting started with Microsoft Teams. So this is the interface that you will have if you use the desktop version. If you're using the mobile version, it will just have still the same functionality. The icons will just generally be at the bottom of the page. So you will still be able to follow along. So I just want you to think of these as the left-hand side. This is the me space, basically. This is where you access all the various tools. So you might not have all of these ones. I don't think you will have the calls feature. This is only for staff. but you should have access to the activity, chat, teams, assignments that we do not use, and then also very importantly, calendar and files. And you can see here, for instance, you can add additional apps. So this is your space, everything you've got access to. So if you add apps here, it's only for you, not your team. If you add apps here within a team at the top bar, that is for the team. So this is really, you must think of it as your me space where you navigate through various aspects of teams. Then we've got the we space. You could say where you've got your team. So this might be a list of teams that you first select. And then you've got the different channels on here. And as you can see, then it generally starts with a chat. It's always the first tab, the posts, where you can chat and start a Teams meeting within this space. Then you've got the files. Generally, it always will have a post and a files. And then you can add all these other apps with this little plus icon for additional tabs. So this is just the left rail. When we refer to the left rail, will be this section over here. Yeah, as you can see here, you can go back to all teams, but when it opens up, it will display the team icon, the name, and then its channels within that team. And then we've got also the top bar. It's got all the tabs that we mentioned now earlier. So just remember, you will always start off with poster files, and then you add various apps to this tab at the top. And so you use this tab at the top is basically where you navigate within a team. So remember, this is one team, it's got channels, and then each channel will have its own tab at space at the top. So we can have the main class navigation. If you go back, just click on the general channel, for instance, it will take you back to the general channels, and each one will have its separate one. Okay, I'm just going to go through this quickly. So as we mentioned, you've got all these tabs, post, files, and then you can add more, and then you've got the canvas area. So you can say all of this here is navigation space, and this is where you workspace. So this is where you will add files, for instance, create new conversations, all of those various apps that you work with. So we see, for instance, we've got the activity at the top. So remember that lists the recent activity. There's also the chat space where you can contact anybody by typing in their email, start a chat. You can even start a chat with a team as well from there. Then you've got your teams where you've got your team channels and chats, the assignments tool that's not being used at UNISA, and then the calendar. You might have the schools icon if you were using a work account, but for students, this is disabled. And then the files tab where you can access all your OneDrive files and your group files. So when creating a team, there is different teams that's available when you create a team. So the first one is a class. So this is generally what a lecturer will set up. If they're running a class, because then they've got already OneNote's a space for them to add, or, to talk to specific students individually and also to do group work. The second one is staff or, administrative features. So a lot of staff might use this within a unit. And then also each staff member will have, for instance, its own one notebook on which the manager can talk to them and work with them. So it just has a little bit additional features. Then there's the professional learning community, educator work group. So generally you will use, when you create a group, you will use these last two. So it will either be a professional learning community, where you're going to be working with other students and your lecturer perhaps, say on your thesis or research. And then also you've got the other one for any additional events. So if it's just your personal space, just click on other, and you can create your own personal team as well, or perhaps you're starting a club, you can use the other features. So generally, you don't need to worry about these two. These are more for staff members and for lecturers to create a class. But for any just general channels, we will be focusing more on the professional learning community and then the other channels. So the steps to create a team is you click on the team's icon, you click on join or create a team. You create a team, click on the button over here just to create a team. And then you will have to select a type of team that you will want to create. So as we mentioned, we will either be creating this one or the other. You can choose which one you want to create for when we do the activity. So when you create a team, you give it a name, a description, and then very importantly, you'll have to select here whether it's a private group or a public group. So yeah, if it's public, anybody can join, access the team. But if it's private, you control who's got access to that team. So generally, you will keep this private and invite other students or group members or staff to your specific team that you are creating. So once you've got all the teams set up, you can go, as you can see, it will generally have the Generals tab already, the General channel. But if you click these three ellipses, you can manage team. And then from here, if you click on members, you can add members. So members can be either owners or members. Owners got full control, so they can add tabs and they can create channels, where members are more for participation. So they can edit files and participate in the chat, but they can't add channels and additional features. So here you can decide, if you want somebody to be an owner to help you add channels and manage the tabs, or must they just be a member that just consumes the content and work on the content that's being added to the team. So it's also very easy to join different teams. So what you do is also you click on the three ellipses, you say on manage team, click on settings, and then from there you can create a team code. So you generate this code, and in that code you publish, and then anybody that wants to join your team, they just simply go to teams, insert that code, and then they can join your specific team. And we will be doing that in the activities as well. So just very importantly, when you set up a team, have a look at the settings, especially member permissions. Yeah, you can, for instance, give members additional functionality or remove it. So owners can delete all messages. You can decide whether the owners may delete others' messages, for moderation. So just have a look and make sure these members' permissions. So if you set up a team, especially with other students, make sure everybody's got the correct permissions so they can also participate effectively. So we're just going to go through the various topics on meetings as well, and then we're going to start with the activities. So the other aspect of Teams is the meetings functionality. You're probably already familiar with this. We also have webinars, everything that we have in Teams meetings. So generally, best practices for Teams meetings are, try and keep your microphone muted, depending on the size of how many people join, you might want to switch off your camera. So we generally switch off our cameras because we do know a lot of people don't have a lot of data. So this is just one way of how we reduce the amount of data consumed. And then we use the chat to post questions and for interaction. And generally we do record all the meetings as well. So to create a new meeting, all you do is you go to your calendar, and then you can select new meeting or meet now if you want to dial somebody. But else you would generally say create a new meeting by clicking on new meeting and then schedule a meeting. From here, it's exactly the same how you would do a calendar invite in Outlook, where you just give it a title, and then you have to add required attendees. So note, you can add people from outside as well. So it doesn't have to be just students within the university. You can use somebody's Gmail address, for instance, as well as an attendee, and they will also get the calendar invite to join this meeting. And then as always, at the top, there will also be the scheduling assistant that you can use to make sure that the person that you're scheduling a meeting with is available at that time. So once you've set up your meeting. You can also do various response options. Do you allow forwarding, for instance, of this meeting? So it's a lot like how you set up a Outlook meeting. Just some, to maintain who can access it, can they forward it for this specific response for your meeting. And then very importantly, there's this meeting options part once you create your meeting. And we always advise when you create a new meeting, go have a look and set up the meeting options. So for instance, who can bypass the lobby? Do you allow external people? Do you allow callers to bypass the lobby, or, without needing to be admitted in? So this generally depends on who you set it up with. If it's a general thing, you generally, for open to everyone, you will just say everyone can come in. We usually switch off the allow mics and microphones at the beginning to avoid disruptions. But if it's just between you and other person, you will keep this on, and you will also select who can present. So if it's only you and the co-organizer, or if it's you want to make this so that anybody can present. So generally, if you're having a small meeting with a couple of group students, you will just leave this as everyone. So it's very important. These defaults are loaded. These are actually the defaults that's loaded. So you'll notice if you're going to send this now to your group members, they will have to sign in with their Microsoft accounts to access it, and only you will be able to present. So you have to set this up that the group can also present, but we will have a look at that in the activity as well. So remember, you can get Teams on your phone. So it's from the Google Play Store or the iOS Store if you've got an Apple device. So you can have the Teams on your mobile device, and it syncs up with the one that you will have on your PC or any other desktop device that you also have. So let's get started with the activities. So there is quite a few of them that we are going to be doing. How do you forward an invite? Or we'll have a look at that in the activity as well when we set up a meeting. So the first activity, so we're going to go on the day 4. So joining a Microsoft team. So this will be the first one. So I'm going to put this into the chat. So this is the one that we're going to start off with. So remember, if you don't have Teams on your computer yet, let me just close some of these bars here at the top. So you can go to your just sign into Office and do this online as well. I'm just going to close some of these windows. I'm just going to sign in back into Office. I think when I switch the profiles, it just locked me out. So I'm just quickly signing in again. Okay, so we're signed in. So remember, you can access Teams here from your desktop on your browser as well. So remember, on a mobile device, you will need the app. You won't be able to use it in the browser, but you can use the one in the browser as well. So you can see when we access it now, it already asked us that we can download the app. So I'm just quickly going to let this load. The first time Teams load in your browser does take quite some time. So that's one of the reasons why we also recommend rather to get the desktop version. So once you're logged in, you'll see, for instance, here at the top, University of South Africa, your profile. You can also from here, if you click on this ellipsis over here, download the desktop app. So just remember, if you want to download the desktop version, you just sign into Teams in your browser, click on these 3 dots here at the top, and then you can download the desktop app. So as we mentioned, this is also where you access your settings. So if I just open my desktop version over here, okay, it's going to enlarge it here. So if I go to, for instance, Teams. So remember, on the desktop version, you can also add your settings. So it's the same as in the browser version. So you can set a different theme. You can auto start the application, when your computer starts, or you can decide how it should start. But very importantly, you must also select the correct language. So the correct language here should be English South Africa for the specific app. So we just save and then restart after this.
Richard, just unmute, please.
Sorry. Sorry, everyone. It was a very dumb move when I restarted Teams. I was kicked off. So just note that you need to just first time you access Teams on your device or on browser, just set up your settings for your specific language, location, and then also just to make sure that how the application starts as well is set up. And then I was just going through the left navigation. So we start off with activities. That's any recent activities, perhaps people that sent you a message. You can also go to chat, for instance, to see any group chats. So for instance, the chat that we're running currently in this meeting. You've got the assignments tab that's not being used by UNISA. And you've got the teams that displays all the teams that you are part of. You will have the calendar that shows all your upcoming events. And then if you are a staff member or you go work one day, you will also have these calls where you can call various people directly on their phone numbers or on Teams. And then as we mentioned, you also have this file section. So you'll see any recent files you've been working on, files just on Microsoft Teams, any downloads that you made, and also your OneDrive, all your OneDrive files. So you can see you can really use this app to centralize all your various tools that you use. For instance, if I use, for instance, a lot the OneNote app, I can always add it on here as well. So there's various apps that you can add to Teams to make it even more relevant to you. So you can add all these additional apps such as OneNote, Sway, for instance, all of these apps to your Teams as well. But we're going to focus mostly on Teams and meetings today. So for the first activity, I did post it in the chat, the link. So we can start off with the first activity. So for the first one, you need to join a team. Let me just open up that page again. So for this activity, you can join a team through the link. But what we're going to be using is this method 2. So make sure you're on method 2 using a link. So you open up Microsoft Teams, you select Teams icon on the bar, join or create a team, and then we're going to join with a team code. And then we're just going to type in this code over here. So what I want you to do is in your Teams, you click on this Teams icon over here. Click on join or create a team. We're going to select join a team with a code. So let me just show you that again. So you click on Teams, join or create a team. And then you type in the code that I will put in the chat as well. Let me just put it on here. It's also available on the resources. Oh, okay. I see there's a question. If you want to, I'll show how to leave a team as well. So we're going to join this team. So we just inserted the code. And this will then automatically make us join that team. So I just want you to join this team. If you are following along and just start a new conversation, I'll just say good afternoon, everyone. So just to recap, that we opened up teams, we said join or create a team, we joined a team with a code, and then we inserted this code over here. So then we started a conversation where we just started in the chat. So I see there is a few following along. Good, everyone. Hi, Vikas, Vikash, Ty, Philip. You all in our team. So as you can see, this team already has a few channels here. So it's marketing 01, training, and there's even a hidden channel here as well. So remember, firstly, this is your me space, it's the left bar. We now selected this team. If we want to go back to all teams, we just click on that icon over there. Just want to get back to this team. And then, but we currently on the general tab. So at the top, you will see, for instance, posts. This is where all of us are now posting currently. We've got the files tab as well. So this is where we can create files and also work collaboratively on these files. So you see there's already quite a lot of files created on here as well. And if you open one of these files, you can actually work on it collaboratively, everybody that is on this platform. And you can see there's various tabs here at the top. For instance, there's already the tab for the basic skills, the website, but you can add additional apps as well. And we will do an activity later where we create your own team, and then you add your OneNote tab to this. So remember, all these tabs at the top, only post the files comes out generically out of the box. All of these other ones are added. So you can see, for instance, this is a OneNote that's been created already by Maureen, our other facilitator that's doing the sessions during the week. So we go back to our activity. So let's go and create a new Word document. So what I want you to do is just go onto the Files tab. So we created a post. I can see everybody is hello here. So you just click on Files at the top. And you just select here the new, and you say Word document. So you can use one of the other documents as well that's available to you. But let's start off with the Word document. So we will have to insert a folder, a file name. So remember, you can also create a folder if you want to perhaps put it in your folder. But I'm just going to sort of write here a new document. So I'm just going to write here, let's do this today's date. Okay, so that will easily create a document over here. And here I can now start, for instance, say this is my assignment. Already start working on this document. And you can see this is a lot like the Word interface that we have online that we covered last week, where we've got all these tools that we can use. But we can also, if we prefer, we can actually open it in our desktop app or in the browser. So you do have these options to work on here directly in Teams, or you can open it up in a separate tab or in your desktop app as well. So just note that. So here you can edit the document just like normal. When you're done, you can close it. You will notice that it's saved within this document. I see somebody created here a folder for us. Thank you, Ellen. Let's see if you're going to create a file for us to work on. So if you click on this document, if you scroll down to the 2023-03-25 example, the one that I created, you can see there's one from PF and Sale and S. Philip. So I can actually open up their documents as well. So if I open up, for instance, their documents, and I can actually type in their document while they are also working on the document. So I can see Pia van Sale is here, and she's also working on the document. So you can see it's very easy to collaborate on documents collaboratively. So it's very useful to use for group work, even for your assignments, if you work with somebody else to assist you perhaps. And then for review, especially your thesis, when you work with your lecturers to review documents, and especially in businesses as well. So let me see how many has created files here. Kuling, I can see your file as well. I'm going to set your due date for you to April for all the activities. Here we go. So as you can see, very easy how to set up a joiner team. You can do it through the code. Now, I just want to notice here, this is where you actually do you notice now the channels that we've got. We were working on posts and files. If I click on here today on the 3 ellipses, I can manage the team. So here I can add members. When you create now your own team, you will also be able to add members. But very importantly, it will also have, for instance, the settings for this team. So we will look at that when you create your own team. So for this activity, you just need to, in the comments below, describe how you will use Microsoft Teams to collaborate. So all you need to do, you just come here, reply, and you just give a description on how you would use Teams to collaborate. Okay, where can I find the recordings? I'm just quickly, while we wait for you to catch up, I'm just gonna post a link to the recordings again. So if you wanna catch up on the recordings, if you want to visit this, follow along with this activity, it's on day 4, joining a Microsoft team. I'll post a link in there as well. So remember, we used method 2, using a code to join. And once you're now going to create your own team, you will see how we actually generate those codes. So for this one, you just join it, you create a document. I can see there's a lot of you that's working on here currently. So I see there's a lot of activity going on this channel. So great. I can see a lot of new documents being populated here. David, I think we'll have to clean this up a bit. But yes. No, thanks everyone
Yeah,
for
I see so.
keeping along.
It's growing quick.
Okay, so that's the easy part. That's the first activity. So if we go now to the second activity for Teams. So creating a new team. So let's start off creating, a new team that you can use and perhaps add members to. So for this one, I'm going to post a link in the chat. This will be creating a new team. So what we will be using is we will create the other type of, how can I say, select the other team, because that doesn't have any of, pre-built-in notebooks and all of that that might confuse you. So we're just going to start with a very easy other option. So to do this team, to create a team is also very easy. If I open up Teams here, even in my browser, I can go to all teams again. So we just go again, join or create a team. And now we're not going to join a team with the code. We're actually going to create a team. So you just click create team. You select the other option. Just click on other. And we just give it a name. So I'm going to name my Microsoft 365 training. To spell Microsoft correctly. So interesting enough, this team name that you give it is also going to create a group email for that's going to be that exact name. So if you look in Outlook, you'll actually notice your team will appear in Outlook as well as one of the groups. So you can give it a description. So I'm just going to call it, for instance, training material. So we're going to select private because we want to control who has access to this team. So I'm going to leave it as private. So once I've got this team name in, description, I can just click on next. And let me just try again. I don't know why it's giving me errors now. Let me try on this one, all teams. I'm going to create a team. Other. I'm just going to call it Microsoft 365 training. Material. It's a private group. I'll select next. So the first screen that you've got, you can actually start adding members to it. So if you already know who needs to be part of this team, or maybe you just want to skip this and add members later. So you can add members. For instance, if I search for Harperstad, I can add him already. So I can add him. And then I can say, is he an owner or a member? So say I want him to help me manage this team. I'll tell him he's the owner. So you can also add tabs, but remember you don't need to add somebody. You can also just select skip. So once done, I can click on close and it will create my team. I see there's one, Richard, mine does not show the type of team. So just jump to create your team window. Oh, that's interesting, Blaine. It might be that you're using mobile app perhaps. Will it be okay if I use my personal account? Can
I jump in, Richard?
Yes.
Sorry to disturb. Yeah, our students only have rights to create the ordinary team. We negotiated it with Microsoft, especially with students who are doing teaching in the College of Education, to say they should have rights to create classrooms as well. It was still under negotiation, but they gave it to our ICT to give those rights. Microsoft said it's UNISA who should give the rights, not Microsoft. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So that is a new change that came in. So don't worry if it doesn't give you the option to select a team. You will then just create the general team that you can create. Okay, so once you created your team, you can click on the icon, for instance, at the top to give it perhaps a different icon. So I can just give it, for instance, the pencils, but you can also upload a picture to it. So you can see here, I can also change the name and description for this team. So I just click update, and then it will update my icon for me at the top there. And as you can see, when you get a team, it just has post and files. So let's just continue with our steps for the next activity that we need to do. So we now created a team. Add your colleague, or you can click on skip. I added one colleague. You can also add somebody if you want to. Your team will then be created. So what we want to do now is manage our team. So we're just going to have a look at the various ways to get the join code as well. Okay. So what you do here, for instance, if you got your settings, if you click on these ellipses, so this is the settings for this team. So I can manage the team. So if I click on manage team, this is where I can add members. So if I want to add somebody new, I just click on add member, type in their email address, and they can be added. You'll see there's two different sections. The one will be for owners. So I can change somebody here to a member or owner. Remember, owners got more control over the settings and the tabs, and they can also add more people. Then there's the next tab here is pending requests. So nobody requested to join this team, but you will get an email and it will also be here. So then you can allow or deny new members to join the team. Then you've got the channel settings. So at the moment, we've only got one channel. That's the general channel. So we can manage our channels from here as well and add a new channel. So for instance, if I want to add a channel, say I want one for assignments. I just add assignments. I just add a channel, can give it a description as well, set whether it's private, shared. If it's a private channel, you'll have to add members. So only you will be able to see it initially, and then you can add additional members. And then you also shared, so you can actually share it with other members outside of the team who's also got organizational access. But we're just going to keep it as standard. Everyone on the team has access. So if they're part of the team, they can access the channel. So I can also tick this box, automatically show this channel in everybody's channel list. Else it's going to show as hidden, and they have to click on the tab to show it. So we're just going to say that it's automatically added to their channel. So I'll just add. And now you will notice we've got two channels. So we've got the general channel and the assignments channel. But we're going to focus now more on the settings. So you'll notice also we've got the settings. So very importantly, member permissions. What are the members allowed to do? You can tick the boxes what you want members to do and what rights owners also have for various things. Then there's also guest permissions. So if it's somebody from outside of the organization that you invited, perhaps, say you've got a family one and you invited your mom to it to also have online meetings with her to reconnect, you can give them also additional permissions over here. Now, just the one that I want you to focus on is this team code. So remember that code that we used in the previous one to join a team? So this is where you can create this team code. So I just generate this code. So if you now join this team, I'll put it in the chat. So this is the team that I created. So you can actually now join this team by just using that code. And you won't need to ask permission. You go straight in. I'll show you now the alternative way where they first have to ask permission to access this. Then you've also got the analytics area where you can see how many users have joined the team, what roles they are, what activity has taken place, maybe files that's been created and all of that. And then we've got various apps that we can add to this team, for instance, such as praise and updates. You can even get more apps as well for this team. But this is just where we generally manage the apps that's available to all the members for this team. So remember, you can also create like a tag for the team. So for instance, then when you do a chat, you just add that specific team name. So it's almost like a group name for WhatsApp. And then you just say at that specific group name, and then everybody will get the message for the create a tag. Now, if we look at the other options here, is the manage team. We looked at add a channel, so you can add a channel from here as well, but we did it now from the channels menu. You can add members. If you just want to quickly add new members. And this is where you leave the team as well. So we had that question earlier, how do I leave a team? You click on these ellipse buttons, you click on leave team. Then you can also edit the team. That's for instance the team name, and then also get the link to the team. So very important, this is the one that you're going to be using for your activity. Oh, I see somebody is struggling a bit with their mobile phone. Maybe just try afterwards when the after the session, because it might be the video streaming that's blocking you, from having a good connection. So yeah, we can get linked to this team, and we can also delete the team. So if we don't want this team anymore, we can delete it. But for this activity, what you will need is get link to the team. So if we look at the steps, I'll just go back to the browser. So we went to the settings. We looked at how to add the team members. We are now going to create a team link. And this is the one that we're going to put in the chat. So remember, you can create a code. Now, the difference between the two is if you use a code, members join directly. There's no approval process linked to it. If you give a team a link, they will have to approve the team. So what I'm going to do is just from my team that we created, select here, get link to team. It will generate a link for me. I select copy from here. And then I can go back to the activity. I can reply to this one. And I'll just paste my team link over there. So if any of you now, for instance, click on this link, it will open up the team, but it will come through me to ask permission if you may join the team. So just remember, if you want people just to join your team, you don't want to approve it, just send them a code. If you want them share a link, but you want to approve who gets through, you can create a link to that team. Bye, Josie. I see you have to go. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We are almost done. So the next one that we're going to be looking at is working with files in your team. So for this one, we're just going to create a new file within our team. And we're just going to then paste the link to that team. So I'm just going to show you this one quickly. So what we do is exactly like we did in the previous one. So I can go to my Generals tab. I click on the files here. And then I can create a new file. So for instance, say I do an Excel Word document. And I just say here, database, for instance, that I want to create. So just as we did before, very easy to create a file. But now, say you get into that habit now, say you don't like working in teams the whole time. You can actually sync this up to your computer. So for instance, all you need to do is then sync this to your PC, and it will then sync this whole folder to your PC. So if we look at the steps that's online, so you created the file, now sync your files to your laptop, click on the sync button. It will, a message will appear at the bottom if OneDrive should be running, and then it will create this new folder in your browser where all these teams are listed. So just to demonstrate quickly, I'm going to go to Teams. So I want to say sync this channel. I can also go back to documents and sync all the channels. But let's say we're just in the general channel. So I want to sync this folder to my computer. I just click on sync and it will open up OneDrive. And then if I go to my file explorer, you'll notice there's a new one, University of South Africa. So let me just quickly zoom in a bit. So remember, you'll always have a OneDrive personal. That's say a personal OneDrive account. You'll have a OneDrive University of South Africa. That's the one that you signed in with your MyLife email address. And then you'll have, if you sync files of teams, you'll also have University of South Africa. And this will have all the teams that you are syncing to your PC. So just note the 3 different ones, and then you can work on the files on here, and the file will sync back to this computer. So if I go back to our file explorer, for instance, and let's have a look here, Microsoft 365 training. I can see the file that's on here. It's the same as what I created there. So if I open up this file over here, wait for it to load quickly. Okay, here's my database. So I can insert data over here. And it will see that it will save automatically as well to my computer. So if I did this, I can see this is the database file that I just worked on. That's on my PC. And if I go back to my team, I can then open up this file over here. And I can see what I inserted on my computer is now displaying here as well. So it's really your preference. How do you prefer to work with it? Do you want to sync it to your computer, or do you want to work with it directly in Teams? So for this activity, once you're done, all you need to do is in that desktop, do you prefer to work on your desktop or do you online? That's like, for instance, Microsoft Word Online or in the Teams app. So you just reply to this chat with your comments on which is your preferred method. And I can see there is quite a few that have done it today already. And then we're going to do the next activity. Working with files in a team. So you see, these are very short activities. So this is actually the one we just did. So we're going to do the next one, a channel. Let me just scroll down to day 4. Adding apps to your channel tabs. Okay, so this is also a very fun one. So for this one, you would have preferably have done the OneNote activity already. So what you do on this one, you just go on your team. So you'll notice here's my channels that I've created. So I've already created 2 channels or 1 additional channel assignments. And if I go to the main channel, as you can see, we've got posts and files. So hi, everyone. I see a few people have joined me already in my team. My code. And then, so if I go to files over here, this is where my files are. And they can actually now also work on this database file, and it will sync back to my PC as well. So because I've synced everything up. But what I want to do now is I want to perhaps add a tab over here, perhaps a notebook that we work on. So there's a lot of apps that you can select, for instance, Excel, there's the Flip, the videos that we did. All of these apps are available to use. But I'm going to look for a specific one. So I'm going to select here, see all. And I'm going to select OneNote. So you can explore all these other tools. You can, for instance, add a website, for instance, my UNISA, the ADOVH, the learning management system that we're working on, the course material. But we're going to select OneNote over here. So here I've got, for instance, various notebooks that I own. So I can now select which one do I actually want to add here? So I can select, for instance, this Microsoft 365 training notebook. And I'll just select that one. So you will have only view all the notebooks you have access to. So I can add that one and just click save, and then everybody will have access to that one notebook. But what I'm going to do rather is also add a website. So I'm going to go here to the main page. Copy this. And then I'm going to go back to my tab here, plus. I'm going to add a see all over here, select the website. And then I'm just going to give it a name. So I'm going to course material, for instance. And I'll save this. So now we added a tab at the top, and this is the website for course material. You'll notice you'll have to log in here as well to access the content. So you can add various tools that you use. So if you use OneNote a lot, if you have not done the OneNote activity yet, have a look at day 1. It's a very fun activity and it's a good way to organize all your study material. But as you can see, you can add a lot of apps, even the Flipgrid videos that we did, you can post them on here. So it depends on what apps you use, you can add them on here and really build out your team with all the required resources you need. So I'm just quickly going to go to the next activity. So that's the one where you add apps to your channel. So the one that you just need to do here in discussion forum below, describe any apps that you might think will be useful to add to your team. So I've gave you actually a few clues of some themes, some apps. I see there's somebody that says Excel and Word, so they can be used, the ones that are used most in the companies. So then the last Teams activity before we go to meetings is this one where we create a channel. So you can see, okay, so we get the team join code as well here. So I see there's a few that's already completed it. So on this one, as we did previously, so we've got our team over here. We called it Microsoft 365 training. We've already had a general channel. It's always a default. Now we added an assignments channel. So this is really how you structure your different channels. So to add a new channel, also very easy, add. We add a new channel. And then we, for instance, we call this one notes. And I automatically show it to everybody. And it's a standard channel. And if I now go to notes, you'll see it's got its own discussion, own files, and I can add its own notes as well. So we can close that one. So all you need to do is create the channel, click the ellipsis, click on add a channel. You give your channel a name. On this activity, I see they also have the remove members and add members that we had previously. So you can just generate your code as well. In the comments below, post your join code for your team. So you can just post your join code. If you don't want to share your team, it's also fine. Just post in the chat, you know, how you would use channels. If you want to keep the team that you've created now private, you can just post in a description of your team and your channel. Okay, everyone, so that is the activities for a team. So as you can see, it is very easy to create a team. It's very easy to add different files or apps to it. You can really expand your team. You can really, if you're working with a group of students, create a study group. You can easily communicate with each other on here. You can share files. Really do collaborative work on these documents. And as you can see, it's easy to create documents. It's easy to sync it up to your desktop PC if you prefer working on your desktop PC, and everything syncs back. And it's really a central collaborative space. So for the next section, we're going to have a look at setting up meetings, especially meeting options as well, what you have to look out for. And that you can use the team meetings, you can even use for, say you have to do a video portfolio. So you create your own meeting, you record how you do your presentation. You can then share that recording to, for instance, your lecturer. So there's other ways you can use meetings outside of just the normal meeting with somebody online. And for that section, I'm just going to hand over to David. Thank you, David.
All right, thank you, Richard. Okay, let's continue. Students, the guy in the chat, he was just saying he had an issue, and I asked him to send it to the email address, the snapshots, as some personal things. So the yes, please, in your email addresses is not necessary. It was only for that user. Sorry, guys. Hope it's clear now. Okay, cool. So let's have a look then. So we're going to create a team. So not a team, a meeting for a team. Okay, so there's two different ways. Now, Richard already went through the slides with you guys, so I'm just going to continue with the activity itself. All right, so in our meeting that we're having, right, like this one today, you will see under More, you've got settings, and then you would have meeting options. But now you must know, this is only actually for the co-organizers and organizers themselves. That can actually access the meeting options. So if you go and check this now, you will not see meeting options because you're an attendee. So that's very important. So if I click on this option, you'll see it will pop up on the right side over here. And then there's quite a few different elements that you can look into. All right, so you can just see what we're doing today's one as well. So for example, who can bypass the lobby? So in other words, when you're joining, does somebody need to let you in, or does it automatically let you into the meeting? Depending on what you're doing, you can see there's different options. Okay, like for today, because we're doing training with students, there's going to be a lot of people, and some of you guys are not actually students, but you might just be attending because you've seen this that's happening, which is perfect. Then of course, you've got to see which type of option would you go for. The simple one is because it's a student training event, you'd let everybody in. That's fine. It's not a problem. If it's within your organization, and of course there's specific things that you're talking about, then you would select something like people in my organization only. Now, these settings is dynamic, which means in the meeting, you can actually change them. And you can also do this before the meeting. So I'm going to show you that as well. You can also have a look at options like announce when callers join or leave. Sometimes you might hear MS Teams saying, unknown participant is joining the meeting or leaving the meeting. And you'll be like, what? Okay, you can actually switch that off. You don't need to know that because it's not really helpful at all. You can set up your co-organizers like Dr. Chetty and myself with Richard because he created the meeting. Therefore, then he could add us as co-organizers, which means we can also pretty much interact on these settings. Just in case Richard has a problem, there's no electricity in Cape Town and the internet's gone, and then he can't join, then at least these two guys would be able then to continue with the event. Otherwise, you would be actually stuck, and then you wouldn't be able to do it like before. So that's definitely a very important option if you're setting up a meeting. Who can present? Definitely. If you're speaking with a big audience, rather set up then for who specifically can present so that you have an attendees list of students which you can control, or attendees, and then you've got the presenters list which you can then control as well. If it's everyone, that means pretty much everyone can then unmute themselves, the cameras, they can switch it on and pretty much do anything they want to do, because then you all got the same roles basically. And then it makes it a bit trickier to manage if you've got presenters. And you can actually see all the presenters' names are here. So it's just a matter of selecting who do you want to be a presenter. It's very quick to do. Allow mic for attendees. So you can see it's on off. That's why you guys can't switch yours on. So it's only from your sound coming to us, not the other way around. So we can switch it off so you don't disturb us, because sometimes when you join an event, it's on and then you can hear all sorts of things happening in the background. And of course, it disables or disorientates the presenter. Then you've got your camera as well. Because we are very data sensitive, we prefer that nobody has their cameras on because that eats a lot of data very fast. Then the record automatically option, it's useful, but if you've got people joining a meeting all the time, then every time someone joins, even after the event, it's going to start a recording. So take note of that. It might not be the most effective one because you might have 15 people joining all sorts of times, and then it'll record 15 times, and then you've got to go find the original recording. Enabling the chat, well, you've all been using the chat. You can also disable it at some point if you choose to. Let's say there's some people posting some bad things in there or something. It's easy then as the organizer just to block that channel off. Allow reactions. That's also the one that we do with the emojis. So when you say thumbs up or crying faces when you don't understand something, yep, there it is. And of course, there is a QA option that you can also install. It's this guy over here, where we can actually proofread messages before we publish them for everyone to see. So that's actually quite a useful option. And then there's a few other things here that who can record, for example. So these are some new features that are popping up that you can maybe look at too at some point, but we're not something that we're actually using at this minute. Of course, the last one is very important, especially with evidence. So yes, that one you can leave on. And of course, then once you click save, dynamically it would change. So in other words, I could then say allow cameras to everybody. I could just simply select it and say save, and then automatically it would happen. So yep, so those are basically the in options that you can use while you're actually in a meeting itself. Now, the activity that they wanted us to do was within a team, we can create a meeting. So let's quickly go back. So you go back here where you can see your calendar. Okay, so you're back into your normal Teams app and you can see my calendar looks wonderfully busy, and next week it's even more so. All right, so for example, I wanted to create a meeting. You can create it. We've got some options over here, the Meet Now option and the new meeting, and then there's a few different options like lecture and class and live event. Although most of us, we just tend to use the meeting option, this one over here. Live events are quite different, so you'll have to have some practice time with that because the whole interface is different. And of course, you need licensing for that as well. Webinar is very similar to a meeting. The only difference with the webinar is there's normally a registration form that you need to complete that then will automatically book yourself in the calendar. And then a lecture and a class are new features that we haven't really fiddled yet with. So, but those ones will come online as we go along. Okay, so if I create a meeting, it's actually very easy to do. So in my calendar, so I'm in my calendar now. I just check the date. For example, let's say 2 o'clock on Monday. I can simply just click on the block and it will automatically pop this up. And then from here, I can decide the event. I can add in the person or people that I want to invite. All right, there's the date, the start date and time, and start date and end time. So just take note, if you change this one to the 28th, then it's from the 27th to the 28th. And so then it's basically the meeting will be on 2 days at the same time, from 2 to 2:30. So just take note of that one. I know it does catch some people out. So in this case, it's the same day, only 2 hours, or you can change it. And there we go, 3 hours. Then I can add the channel in. Okay, so what you guys have been doing now. Right, there's so many channels on my screen. Let me just go find the one with the pencils, Richard. Trying to see the one we just created because it's, well, the pencils would stick out, I hope. Yeah, there it is. Great, and then I can actually add it this way, and I can say under general, okay? So I can go to my team, I can add, okay, which channel do I want to post this under? And then, of course, we can put a location in. All right, and then you can also type up some information about the meeting, or maybe even put in agenda. That would be quite useful. Then within this, you can also see there is a response option, which basically says allow forwarding. Do you want the person to forward this meeting event to other people? You can, it's on off, so if I select it, it will disappear. There's the registration option, which basically means if I want this to be a webinar, in other words, I want people to register before they come, then you can select the for everyone option. So that's also useful. Then the other element is, so I haven't created it yet, I haven't sent it yet. We've got a scheduling assistant, and it's this little guy over here. So you'll see normal details. So that's where you fill in all your info, you invite the people, you go to scheduling assistant. Now your scheduling assistant basically is really nice because now it's going to look at mine and Richard's. Hey, go away. Okay, there we go. So it looks at mine and Richard's calendar, and then it actually tries to say, when are we actually available? So now I can scroll a little bit across to see Monday, and then I can actually see when are we actually both available. I see here, this part of the calendar, it looks open, so I could actually maybe move my meeting to this time, because then I know I'm not busy and Richard's not busy. Where you see this little lines coming across sort of at a diagonal, that just means that there's something tentative that Richard hasn't responded to yet. So that's why he hasn't really decided if he's available or not. So then you'll see that one as well. So this is very useful option, guys, especially in a working environment where you want to meet with people. Then you can at least see according to their calendar, are they available or not. So just take note of that. So you've got your details where you put in the title, you invite who you want to invite, although you can add them afterwards. Your optionals are people who can attend if they are available, but not necessarily have to attend. Ideally, these guys in this column over here or row here would be the ones that do need to attend, or at least indicate if they cannot. So this is quite important and useful to do. And then, as I said, your scheduling assistant allows you just to view sort of to see who's available, when are they available, and will your team be clashing, your meeting event be clashing with any of the other participants in your meeting that you really want to be there. So that's very useful then. So once you've got that in place, you can just send it off. And that would have been the first part of the activity that you would have done. Okay, so that's using the calendar event. That's how we created the Meet Now option. So if I click on it, it's going to say, okay, what do you want? You can call it a name quickly. All right, so you can give it a quick name. It's urgent. Usually this one is urgent. Then you say start. All right, and then what would happen is you'll be able then to join the meeting, but I'm not going to do that, obviously. Otherwise, it's going to kick me out of the meeting. I'm with you guys. But then you could join the meeting. It's very quick. It's not in the calendar. But then you can just simply invite the people from within that meeting to come and join you quickly. But usually that one's like for emergencies or whatnot. I see my teams are still trying to create the event there. So it's a little bit slow today. Okay, then as Richard was showing you guys within your teams, okay, so you can create it through your calendar event. Perfect. You can even create it through Outlook. Perfect. Then the other option is within Teams itself, you can also go and create a meeting. So for example, I go to General. Okay, so I'm in this little channel that we created under the MS365 training. So Richard created it, and I can see here, oh good, I see some people have already created things here already. And then I can go to the top right and I can say, let's schedule a meeting. So there is the Meeting Now option, which would then mean everyone in this group would be notified there's a meeting that's starting. Can you join? Do you want to join? The schedule a meeting is the second option, which basically says a set date and time when you could then go and join the meeting. Let's say my live training is what we want to discuss. I can go put in the colleagues. Whoops, not that colleague. The colleague might be surprised. Okay, and then you do your normal fill in, and you'll see then the channel is automatically added. And then I can just send it off. And the nice thing is now this is for all of us, which means if you're part of this team already, you would be getting a notification of a new message that's just popped up, and there's an event that's been planned. And I see JR Bierkes, you've done it already. Well done. So he's also done that activity already. So he's quite quick there, Richard. I see he's already done. So very nice. So there we go. So that's the second way to do it, but within a team event. So everyone that belongs to this team channel would then be able to get a quick notification. So I know you guys are also asking this a lot. So when I'm in the chat, I get a lot of notices popping up. So what you can then do is, for example, if this was our current meeting or a meeting that's ongoing and you're getting the messages from everyone, you can simply click on it, look for the ellipse, and then you'll see there's a mute option. So then you won't get those little pop-ups popping up all the time where people are sending messages. So that's how we do that. Otherwise, if you've got lots of team meetings happening, you're going to have a lot of pop-ups popping up all the time when you're quite busy. The other useful features, guys, just a quick one. You'll notice when you click on your profile, you'll see, for example, you'll see my sign says do not disturb. I'm busy presenting. But fortunately, in some cases, people just don't bother to look at that and they try to dial you in or call you in for a meeting or whatever is happening. So in that case, you can select this option saying do not disturb. So all you do is you click on where it currently says presenting, or it might say available, then you select this option. So what would happen is if somebody tries to call me now, the system is automatically going to block them, but it will notify me that somebody tried to call me into a meeting. So that's pretty much it, the meeting side of things. As I said, this one you got to go and practice, but when you're not in a meeting already, otherwise it's going to bump you off, like what happened with Richard in the beginning. So yeah, just take note of that, students. So yeah are the steps, as I did show you. So the meeting options, let me just show you that. I think I might have bypassed it. Let me just go back to my meeting event in the Teams. Okay, so before you get to the meeting, okay, good, I see. Let me just go back to my event. All right, there's the meeting option. So if I click on it, what will happen is your browser is going to open, in this case, Microsoft Edge. And it's exactly the same options that I showed you in the beginning. Okay, I just need to verify it's me. In your case, it should go straight there, or it might just want you to log in with your My Life. And there we go. All right, so you see it's exactly the same options I showed you a little bit earlier. It's just before the meeting you can actually set these up. Whereas in the beginning, we could actually change them during the meeting. So either or, it can work. It depends on you. It's always good to set it up before you get to your meeting, okay? So that at least you know this is how it's going to roll beforehand. So just take note of that. Okay, so meeting options, you'll find it inside the meeting event before it happens. Okay, so there we go. Right, so that's basically Teams meetings. So I can hand back to Richard or Denzel, and then we can continue.
Thank you very, very much for that, David. I think I'm looking at some of the comments in the chat. These are definitely elements that our students can use, and the mobile devices come out quite importantly as well. Can we use this on a mobile device given when we're using the phone, etc.? I think those are important questions that talks about access when we start thinking about some of these innovative tools. Okay, perfect. So let me get back to Richard as he takes us to, I know we are moving towards the end of the program, just a little bit more. It's already 10 to 1, but just bear with us a few more minutes and we will conclude. But I think these are important information that we want you to benefit from, that will just not benefit you as a student, but even in your career as well and in your employment. So Richard, let me hand over back to you.
Okay, thank you, Denzel. So yes, so once you created your meeting, you just go copy the link at the top, and then you come here and just add a reply and you paste in the link to your meeting that you created. So follow the steps that's on the site. So to complete this activity, you can then click on reply and post your chat. Once you've done all these Teams activities, you'll be able to access the Microsoft Teams achievement code. So you see you have to complete at least these all the team activities, and then you will be able to open up this page and you will be able to redeem all these various Microsoft Teams badges, and that will then be linked to your Microsoft Learn profile, and you can link it, share it as well on your LinkedIn profiles as well. So that brings us to the end of Microsoft Teams. I'm just going to post in the chat another form. This is our last one for the day, where you can just complete the form response, and then the first 10 will get a prize. So let me just get that link for you. So this is the link for Teams. I'll post it in the chat now. So just click on the link that's in the chat, and then all you need to do is, how do you see yourself using Microsoft Teams in your studies, for instance? So we did give a few ideas, how you can record your own presentations, so create study groups. So just go and complete the form. The link is in the chat. So you can open it up now. And then after this, we're just going to have a 5-minute break. And then we're going to come back for Sway, the last session on Sway. And I would really, if you can, stay for the Sway session. It's really a good tool to create your own portfolio that you can share even with other companies, or you can create a portfolio for your studies. I see there's some people that actually use it for, the portfolios of their personal work, so they can showcase it on various platforms. You can also do presentations that you can share. And it's almost like you're building a little website that people can access from on the internet. So you can create, for instance, even a photo album, for instance, and you can share it with all your family, the links to that specific one. Okay, so we're just going to have a 5-minute break, just so that David can catch his breath. So the link in you can have 5 minutes to complete the form that's in the chat. So in 5 minutes, we will come back for the Sway session. So I'll start the countdown now. So quickly go get a cup of coffee just for that last bit of energy. The Sway session will not be very long. It will only be about 20 to 30 minutes, and then we are done for the day. So please just get a cup of coffee, complete the form in the meantime, and we will see you in 5 minutes. While we wait for the timer, I see there's a question, how do we add the timer? So it's actually very easy. So you're on your you just go to your, let me just escape this one. So you just go to your computer, you just type in clock. So it's the clock app that's on Windows. And then it gives you all these timers that you can add. So it's very easy to add a timer. It's already on Windows. You just go to the clock, and then you've got this timers tab over here. You see there's already a few pre-made timers, and then you can just start the timers from there, or you can add a new timer if you've got a specific time period that you want to add. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're on our last section for today. Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out such a long session on a Saturday. But I hope you are learning a lot of new skills. So I'm going to hand over back to Denzel and David for the last section on Sway and how you can create portfolios and presentations with Sway. Thanks, David.
Thanks very much, Richard, for that. Yeah, we're almost drawing towards the latter part of it. And I think this is a good tool for many of our students. Not many people know about Sway, so this will be a good introduction for many of them. Thank you very much, David, for doing this last session for us and showing the potential of Sway. Thanks, David.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks, students, for sticking with us. It's been a long one. So we're going to end with the most fun one, Microsoft Sway. Okay, so what is Sway? We're going to have a quick look at it. It's also kind of got to do with presentations, but I'm going to show you a little bit more now, really what it's about. So it is part of your Microsoft Office package. So it basically allows you to create some sort of interactivity type report or personal stories, your blogs, yes, presentations as well, plus many, many more. It really is a social media tool. And when I get to show you this, I think you're going to start thinking like, hey, I've seen something similar to this somewhere else on my social media platforms. So yes, it's definitely a very nice tool to have. It's it does do a lot of formatting for you. So it's got its own little built-in engine. So it's really quick to do and share with anybody and everybody. And you don't have to sign up for it because it is part of the Microsoft account. So it's free. So as long as you've got a My Life account, or if you've got a personal, not a Hotmail, or Outlook account, you can actually get this free as well. So it is part of the family of freebies from Microsoft. So what can I really do with it? Quite a lot. You can create reports, also presentations like PowerPoint, similar, newsletters, blogs, as I said, stories, portfolios, even a CV of the work that you've done. So there's a lot of creativity in Sway that can really open your mind. So let's have a quick listen to the Microsoft video, and then we're going to get onto the demo.
Want to create a visually striking presentation without having to spend a lot of time on it? Then say hello to Sway, a digital storytelling app from Microsoft Office that lets you easily create digital presentations, newsletters, and blogs in minutes. First, let's start with what you want to put in. Text, photos, videos, all of the above. No worries. Sway makes it simple, even if you have them all saved in different places. Are you more analytical than creative? Or you just don't have time to spend hours and hours on formatting? Sway's built-in design engine quickly puts all of your content into a nice cohesive layout that looks finished and ready to show off. Everyone happy with this style? Sway lets you switch between multiple layouts, designs, and color palettes in seconds. Wondering how teammates can add more content to your Sway? And if their email limits can handle all of your photos and videos? With Sway, it's as easy as this. Now you won't have to worry about uploading and downloading file attachments. And teammates can simply open the link and start adding more content in. With Sway, everyone will have the latest version at hand. Now, it's presentation time. Is your audience in a boardroom, a cafe, or on the go? Sway dynamically adapts, so it looks great on every screen. No more worrying that viewers will have to squint at their phones while looking at your content. Finally, an app that is so easy and intuitive, teams will actually enjoy using it. Want to see it for yourself? Head over to sway.com and let us do the rest.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so we do have an activity on Sway, so we're going to zip along there quickly to see how this all works. So I'm sure you guys started seeing that, hey, a lot of this stuff I've already seen in social media, and definitely this is one of the tools that people are using. All right, so just remember, guys, if you have joined us a little bit later, you go to the unisa.ac.za site, and you log in with your details, and then you'll see all the lessons are here ready, including the recordings and whatnot. So I'm just going to zip along down to Sway. The first little part is Sway, where you got your learning objectives. So you can go to Microsoft Learn and absolutely learn everything you can possibly imagine about Sway. And we do recommend you do that, also to get your badges. Hey, so yeah, just take note of that. Then, of course, we've got our activity that we're going to do. Okay, so basically, based on our AI that we did previously, we are going to now build a Sway product. So the first thing is we're going to go to portal.com, so where we've been pretty much the whole day. Let me just close this one. Okay, so I log into my Office, Microsoft 365, and then I will go to the left menu. So again, we'll click on the waffle, and you should see Sway in this list. If you don't, just click on More Apps. It might be a little bit down there, but there it is for me because I have used it before, so it'll pop up. So I click on it, and then it will see it's going to open its own tab over here. All right, and there we go. All right, so there we go. So excellent. So now you can see your recent history will be at the bottom. So always, with all your products, you'll always see this. With Word and Excel and PowerPoint, you'll always see what you've created already online. And then, of course, we've got the blank Sway. What we're going to do, we're going to create something from scratch. And of course, there are different types of Sways, like do it yourself projects or blogs and newsletters. And there's quite a lot of templates that you can just simply go and edit. And then you've got quite a lot of work done already. But in our case, we're going to say blank. And again, you'll see that a new tab is opening. And there we go. So this is basically how it starts off. So you're going to see your storyline, which you're going to start building. So it starts with this very basic little sort of screen that you can interact with, where you need to type in your title. All right, so let's go for it. So we're going to create something like this, okay? Oh, terrible. Let me just make it less. Okay, so great. I've just typed in some text. Not a problem. So that's easy enough. But then I want to create a little bit of a background because I want to see something. Otherwise, it's going to be quite blank at this minute. So then I'm going to click on background. So I've got my placeholder where I type in my text. And then I've got my background component. And then, of course, now look what happens. Remember, like what I showed you with PowerPoint earlier, it tries to find what are you looking for based on what I'm seeing that you're typing in. So the artificial intelligence or Sway is really kicking in. So let me just say artificial intelligence. Great. Let it look up for me. Now you'll see it's currently under images and it's busy searching through the Microsoft Vault to see what's available. This is pretty cool. So I like this image. Of course, you do have videos and you'll see it says Creative Commons only. Now, just to explain a little bit, when you are using other people's information, or in this case, their images, they might say to you, you can use that image based on a following license. Now, the Creative Commons licenses is different types of licenses that says to you as the user, consumer, that you can use this, but you must recognize who made the material. Or if you're going to make a product and sell it, then you must at least acknowledge that this image isn't yours, but I'm the creator of that image. So it's sort of a copyright, but it's more saying, what can you do with the resources that I've created for you? So do go and read more about Creative Commons, use your Bing, go do a search and just understand exactly a little bit more about the different levels of Creative Commons that you can actually encounter. Because this is all within Microsoft, it's quite easy for us because we know it's all Microsoft products which they've basically governed. Okay, so I'm going to select this image. I think it looks pretty cool. And then I'm going to click on add. So you simply just click on the image that you like. There are quite a number of them. And then you simply click on add. And then immediately you'll see there it goes there. So great. So there's our first thing in already. Now you'll notice when I click on it, you'll see there's a little plus that comes that says, okay, what's the next thing that we want to add to our story? So just to show you now, we've created basically, in essence, it's like one slide of information. And then I can then click on the play button just to show you that there's my one slide. So not much to look at yet. There's a background, there's some text. Depending on your background, yep, it doesn't look that great with the text. It's sort of bumping each other, if you like. It's not very clear, so that's something we might need to then consider. Like, all right, so maybe this image isn't the best image. So let's see what other images I can maybe find. Let's say this one rather. Let's add it. All right, so there we go. Now I've added a new slide over here. I've added a new image, but I actually wanted to change the original image. Let me just try that again. Oh, okay. Now it's just adding. Whoops, let me go back one step. I must just go back to the edit mode. Okay, there we go. Let me see if I can just delete it quickly. Good. Now let's add the background again. And there we go. Okay, yeah, it was just catching me out a little bit there. All right, so great. So now I've added it in. Let's put play again. Yeah, that looks a bit better, hey? So I've got my background. And then I've got my text there. So great. So then I go back. So you'll see this play button, I use it quite a lot. So I jump between what I'm working on and I jump between how does it look on my device that I'm using. Okay, so fine. Now let's go and add something more. So we've created a first page. Let's say we're going to add some text. All right, just to do a quick one so you don't have to watch me typing. Paste in some text, but now I just need to neaten it up a little bit. Okay, try to make some sentences here, little points. Okay, maybe add some bullets in like that. All right, so that starts to look good. And then I've got a heading option. So I can maybe put in a heading. Okay, now it actually picked up my first bullet. So that's wonderful. Let me just put it back where it was. And here, I'm just going to type in. Right, and again, you can also put in an image. Let's pop in this one for a change. Add it in, and there we go. So as you guys can see, all I'm really doing now is I'm building pages in my storyline. So it's almost like the slides in PowerPoint, just it goes a different direction than this one. Okay, so let's go again. Let's go click on play. So there it is. Then I can scroll down. And there we go. And then you see some text popping up. And then it says who's created. And then, of course, you've got some settings as well. So you can actually even tell it to loop itself if necessary. But I'm more looking at the change layout. So currently it's going this way. So I'm scrolling up and down. I can also tell it to rather scroll left and right. So there's your toolbar coming at the bottom over here. So then you can go this way around. Okay, so that's also an option. Then the third option is you can also have a look at it this way. Okay, depending on your device, there we go. Can you see what it's doing? So it's sort of like, almost like PowerPoint slides with a transition. That's what it's doing. And it's popping up between the different levels like that. Okay, then I can go back to edit. So the play option previews what you're doing. All right. And then the design option or storyline option is where you can actually go and build it, play with it, and add more information to it. You can put in a stack. I think you guys saw this content already. Let's say images, for example, where the person then can actually jump between multiple images in the stack. I'm just going to have to add another image. Okay, at least have 2 images. Of course, this means it's a lot of bandwidth then if you're going to run this on different types of devices. So group stack, all right, it will have basically all these images grouped together like that. So it's a nice way of viewing it. So it's a very creative tool. So those guys that are into marketing, and you're going to love this tool, really. Okay, so let's go see how that stack now works. So I click on play, right, and I'm scrolling down still. So I've got that option, and then you can see your text, and there's this, see, it even tells you, tap. And there's the feature like you saw in the video. And look how quick and easy it was, guys. This is like your animation in PowerPoint, all right? That I didn't have to do any settings. It's done for me. It's just a matter of me selecting what images do I want to stack. And there we go. And it's easy to do. All right, so then we can go back to edit again. Okay, so this is actually how we do it, guys. You're actually just going to continue building it, your storyline. You're adding all your different components. There's text as well. There's media. There's your video. You can embed videos. Okay, this is a little bit more advanced things, but I'm sure you guys are getting the idea in terms of what you can do. You can add in PowerPoint slides as well. It's quite a few different features that you can go play around with. But yes, it will take some time. You're going to have to fiddle and get it right. You can also have a look at the design view. Okay, so that also allows you then to look at it not in a run sense, but more in just a where does everything sit in sort of a sense. So yeah, there you go. So it's
David?
pretty cool. Yes.
Just also, if you click on the styles there at the top, you can change the style of it as well to different presets.
Yep, that's right. Thanks, Richard. There's your styles there, guys. So good. If you click on it, you'll see again vertical, horizontal, and then of course you've got all the different types of styles that you can go and use, which is again, it's like formatting. There we go. Now you can see, look at the background now, how quickly it's changed. Using the design view, you see it has a little bit different there in terms of all the predefined styles that you can actually go and use. So students, this is really fun stuff. I know what we're doing here is just basically about artificial intelligence, but a little bit of work, you could actually make quite an interactive CV and put it in. But of course, you would like them to also share it. All right, so just like you would have done Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all those different applications, you can do the same thing. You can simply go share it. Get the visual link. You can just click in and copy it and paste it. You can say to specific people or anyone with the link. So if it's somebody outside of UNISA maybe that you want to share with, then this is actually quite a useful option as well. You can even put a password on if you really wanted to, if it was something like your CV that you don't want everyone on planet Earth to see. So yes, and there's your copy link button. And that's basically what you guys are going to do in your activity. So when you go back and you do your activity, there are the steps that I've showed you with a little bit more. Please make sure that you do the activity, and you'll see towards the bottom, you will be able to add it in. Just to show you, some of the students were already putting it in, and they've put in the links over here as well, so you can go see them, what other students were doing in those exercises. But really much, guys, Sway, it's got a lot of fun things you can do. There's a lot more you can learn about Sway. I mean, I've given you pretty much a crash course on it, but it's definitely something that you would want to go and learn more about. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. It's been quite fun. I know it's a Saturday and it's quite late already.
David, sorry, there was just one request. If you could perhaps just show how to insert a video, perhaps a link to a YouTube video.
All right, so let's quickly go add it in. Go to media. You can go to your video. All right, and then on this side, okay, now automatically, look, it already jumps over here. So I'm just going to use what they've given us. Let's just grab this one because it's picking up the keywords, and you click on add. So it's pretty much just like an image, guys. You can just go and find the image, although you can also go and search for it as well, because there are lots and lots of videos that are going to pop up here. So that's one way to do it. You can simply just go and do it this way, or you can go do a search for it as well, or just copy the link in. So let's have a look. How does the video come out? Of course, when you put videos in, it does mean it's going to slow up a little bit. So there you can see it's got the play button. And there we go. So there goes your embedded YouTube video. But there's lots of different ways to do it, to be honest. This is just probably a quick way to show you.
Teachers are on the path to becoming obsolete.
That is so scary. Teachers are about to obsolete. And in a way, yes, AI is coming in. And the fact that you can learn this on your own, it really does add a lot of value. So I hope that answers all the questions, Richard. I'm going to hand back to you and Denzel. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, David. So I'm just quickly going to share my screen again. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the Sway. It's really, go play around with it. It's quite powerful what you can do with it. And as you can see, you can share it publicly with anybody. It's free also, so it's almost like a free hosting website, you can almost say. And it's got so many different uses that you can use. So for lastly, we are now coming to the end. I'm just going to ask you to also complete the evaluation form. I'll post it in the chat. So there is an evaluation form. Please just complete the evaluation form for this workshop series. And then also we've got the reflection activity that we did earlier. If you have not completed the reflection activity, please go give us some feedback on what you have learned, how you can use this in your studies. So I see there is quite a few responses already from today. So thank you everybody for using the responses. And remember, if you prefer not to show your face, you can always use a character, as I see Kyla has used for identity. So you do have these options on there. So please go play around with it afterwards and just post a reflection to us. So I just want to say thank you again for everybody for joining us today. You're awesome. We know it was a long session. The recording will be made available. We will post it a bit later under Saturday sessions recordings. So if you still have to do the first two, if you missed the other sessions and you want to go catch up on what happened, the previous sessions are available on here. And we also list all the activities that we have completed for that specific session. So you are free to go catch up on this and complete the activities. So remember, once you do the activities, just go back, make sure that you go to the achievement codes that's underneath the activities, so those, such as the OneNote achievement code. Once you do the activity, it will unlock. You can get your Microsoft badge. If you complete all the activities, you will also then get a Microsoft certificate of attendance that we will send to you that you can use in your CVs as well. So yes, thank you again. Thank you, David, Sheila, for sticking through the whole session, helping us with the students in the chat. So all the best with your studies and using these apps to improve your studies. We will see you hopefully in the next time when we do something on the new ChatGTP, the AI tools that you can really use, and perhaps also deep dive into other apps such as Excel. So I hope you have a good Saturday further and have fun with playing with the apps. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and study hard.